Alrighty. Okay. All right. I got a trade to go. I got a trade to go over. Okay. We are live. Just making sure everything is set up. Okay. What you're looking at is you're looking at the ES June contract on a 1 minute chart. Let me go over the uh, trade that was really good. Um, we had a couple trades this morning that were pretty decent. I mean, you had this one right here. This one right here was 184 contracts, sell contracts. And as you can see here, the delta was 117, but we closed above it. And if you kind of look, when we closed above it, we were breaking this little consolidation area. Now you can get in here. You can get in here and then put your stop like roughly about here, about 100 and a quarter. And where you would get out is once you start seeing that topping tail and the volume start drying up, once you start losing this volume area right here, you can just go ahead and get out for about 150, $162, about $150. Okay, that was a nice little trade. And then right here, we had news come out. Okay, we had news come out, and then the market kind of dumped down, and then we kind of ran back up. I did not trade this just because it was right after news. And what I like to do is right after the news, I just like to have it kind of settle down a little bit. As you can see here, we kind of dumped again. And then we just kind of started trading around in this area right here. Then we kind of spiked down and then we kept running down. Now, the moving average was sloping downwards. And the one thing that I really want to key on is this area right here. As you can see, when we were coming down, we had 118 contracts being sold into the market. Now, that is one execution. So that's like an institution or market maker. That was one execution of 118 contracts. And if you look at it, we closed, this was at 832, and we closed above it. Okay, but the main thing is right here on the heat map. When I enabled the heat map, you see how it was lit up right up in this area? That is key because you have 118 seller and then we closed above it. That is telling you that is getting absorbed. We're not pushing down. Then this candle opened up and we started forming some really nice volume up in this area. And also, once you see that 131 delta, then we had 292 delta when it closed. When you start seeing that delta not going down and it's surging upwards in this area, you can go ahead and get in, and your stop would be down here because if you lose this area, more than likely you're going to keep traveling down. Now, if you would have held all the way up here until you started kind of basing out, and then maybe you want to get out right here in this area, that would be like 10 points right there for the ES. So that right there was a nice absorption play. Okay, this is how counter trend trading is done. You want to, just because the market is selling off and you think it's too low, that is not a reason to go ahead and buy. The market does not care about your opinion. You really have to have structure to be able to trade. So I will be trading the ES today. Uh, yesterday was uh, yesterday was kind of a average day. I was down on a account like $400, and then I brought it back up above into the green. So hopefully I can get some pretty decent trades today and maybe pass this eval. Then I'll have a handful of funded accounts. It would be really nice to be able to trade a funded account, but it's kind of risky because you have so much news coming out. Every day there's news about Iran. Straits of Hormuz or whatever, and it just kinda just goes crazy. That's why I have flipped over to the ES. When there's not so much going on, the NQ is really good to trade, uh, but when it's very volatile market, I really don't like to trade the NQ just because, you can blow an account very easily, but you can also pass. Uh, but I just don't take that risk. And the ES is a thickly traded market, and it does get hit when news comes out, but I think it's a little bit easier to trade. Now, if you're trading oil, that is a little crazy right now. Also, I have to start looking into trading gold because I know a lot of people trade gold, and I really need to start looking at that. It's a GC, the gold futures. If we have some time, we could possibly bring it up. Take a look. I don't have level 2 for it, but that's fine. Let's take a look at GC. I think it's the April contracts. That's good. I think it's April contracts that are good. Let's take a look and see what's going on. Let's go to overnight session. Yeah, so that is gold. Let's put on the moving average. Let's take off the volume bars. You have, let's change the color of the imbalance by to something a little bit brighter. Um, yeah, gold seems pretty decent. Today we're going to be working on buy and balance areas. When you have a nice kind of like a pullback and you have a buy and balance like this area, you can go ahead and get in and probably get out right there. That right there would have been a $2,000 move on gold. But then again, you got to think, where's your stop? Your stop could be down here, which is about 800. So you got to be careful with this. This is, you had a double sell and bounce area right there. As you can see, let me kind of, 819. Let me bring up, sometimes when you click the settings, there's a white screen that shows up. What you just have to do is close it out and then reopen it. I need to look into that. I need to fix that sell and bounce area. Let's kind of brighten that up too. So we had a double sell and bounce right here. Okay, yeah, you could have gotten in, and your risk is right up here for about 480. You can probably get out about right there for about 1,000. Gold seems really good. Uh, that's why I've been interested in trading it. Right here on gold, you had a sell and balance. Okay, let me go back here to the ES on my other platform. Yeah, gold seems pretty decent. You have a sell and bounce right here. We kind of sold off, and then when we broke that low right there, you took a little bit of heat. You took about $700-800 worth of heat. And maybe you come down here and get yourself about 1,200. Um, that's a little much for the mini, but you can go in like 5 micros. I mean, 5 micros be fine. You take about 800 heat and do about 400 heat there. I mean, if the minis is too much, you can always jump into the micros. That's perfectly fine. Now, also, here's a triple buy and bounce area. We're definitely sloping upwards. Okay, and look at the delta on that. Delta flipped from 175. It was like 32, 30, flipped to 175. There's definitely momentum in there. What you can do is get on the break of this. If you break this area right here, that triple buy and bounce area right there, you just get out for about 500, maybe get 500. What was the volume looking like there? Volume's kind of low. The volume's kind of low on a 1 minute minimum volume. Let's do minimum volume of 2. Um, mm, yeah, the volume, I don't know. But that's what I'm looking at right there is gold. Now, this volume bounce area right here. And also, here's another thing you really want to look for. This was absorption for the sell imbalance. If you look at gold, GC, you had a sell and bounce area right there. That's what that bar is. It's a sell and bounce, and we closed above it. We were sloping upwards on the moving average, but we were kind of basing a little bit, as you can see here. So you got to kind of be careful because you're buying right in the middle. What you can do is kind of go in here, and then you got a nice little trade for about $1,500. So gold might be something for us to take a look at next week. Now, let me look to see what we can do for the, because this is all going to save into the settings. Um, Let me go to a tick bin of 2. So that tick bin's to 2. There's that bug again. Tick bin it to 4. Let's see what 4 does. Tick bending it to 4. So that's 4 ticks right there. So it tick bends to 4 ticks. That seems pretty decent, to be quite honest. That seems pretty decent, to be quite honest. Let me go ahead and save at 9:23. Let me go ahead and save some of this information right here. Let me just change up the colors a little bit. And balance cell. Okay. So that is gold right there. GC. That might actually be something that we can take a look at next week and start trading. Or maybe we can trade it Friday. We'll see how, or tomorrow. I don't know. I don't have level 2 for it, so uh, that's not going to be too much of a problem. Let's go ahead and close this out. Thought the settings on that, on the buy was a little, go here. There we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. That was a little too bright. Yeah, let's take a look at gold. Maybe let's take a look at gold tomorrow. We'll see how things work out. Tomorrow will be jobless claims tomorrow. Um, I don't. Let me go to the settings here. Let me. The Dom death roll only needs to be 100, to be quite honest. The Dom depth does not need to be too much. And the resting orders, I don't know what that is. Resting orders 25. Maybe we would just bump that up to 50. See, I don't like having the resting orders too low. It's just too much information, especially for the ES. If you have it too low, it just uses up resources that's not needed. Plus, you can actually look at the significant areas of where the bids and asks are laying on the book. Look at the setting for the 5 minute. Look at the setting for the 5 minute. What is that? Oh, that is not tick bend. Let's do a tick bend of 2. No. Let's tick bend it to 4 maybe? That looks a little bit better. That's one whole point. That's one whole point for the ES. Here, let me bring that over. That's what the ES looks like. that is one whole point. When you're looking at a profile, you want to come down here to VP, volume profile bin. Maybe I need to actually say, I need to change some of the wording up there. I got a lot of stuff done yesterday. Made the link, go right to the settings, which is live pulse hide areas. Yeah, checkbox show hide large volumes. That's not done yet. Plus, there's a couple features I'm looking to add. Um, got a few minutes. Got a few minutes to the open. I really need to get a countdown counter up here, maybe up here or something. Little clock or something. Oh man, I did it again. Uh, Here, let me get that back. I gotta fix that hover thing. That is annoying. I gotta fix that hover thing. No, maybe that's not a good idea. All right. So yesterday was basically an inside bar. We're forming. We tested yesterday's high in the overnight session. All right, we got about 1 minute to the open. Let's see what happens. We got 1 minute to the open. I just want to go ahead and remove the heat map. Well, maybe I'll just leave it in there. Uh, Make sure my accounts are set. That is in queue on that. I am not trading. That's why I didn't make that money I thought I made. Okay, that was incorrect. Or that was something. All right. All right, we're open, folks. We're open. Let me switch to let me switch to real-time trading hours on this. Gotta switch to real-time trading hours on the 5 minute also. All right, we're switched to real-time trading hours. We're starting to form on the 1 minute. We're starting to form a candle to the upside. Got 1200 positive delta. All right, that was a quick $150 right there. The reason I did is because we were forming a candle out here, and we were breaking the high right there. And then once I saw the light volume, I kind of got out. That was a very quick trade for 137. That was a very quick trade. When you're doing the opening drive, you really got to be careful with the opening drive. You got to take your profits quickly and lock them in. Uh, so I got myself a little green for the day to work with something that's good. Got a little green to work with something. We're right at the point of control. We're forming it out, building it out. Let's see. All right. Well, that'd been a nice one to hold, wouldn't it? Been about a couple hundred, but hey, opening drive, you have got to be careful because I didn't have a break even in there. I did not have a break even. What I could have done, buy a couple minis and then move to a sell one and move to a break even would be the play. But you got to be careful. You got to look at the context of where we're at, folks. Um, we're right here at the overnight session highs, and also we're at the previous day's high. We're right around that area, so you got to be careful. You got to be careful. Also, with with news coming out, you see right there, we got 79 lots that slung into the market, but you got support right up in this area. You got that 53, 51, 60, and that 65. You got this support. They got to break through this area for them longs to start taking heat. Now, I didn't take no heat. I just got green and then saw that light volume and just closed it out for about 150. Um, and I'm glad I did because now it's starting to sell. So we got some buyers that come. We have an 80 lot that kicked in, so they are definitely looking to prop this market up this morning. I'm thinking that's my opinion. I'm thinking they're looking to prop it up. Look at the point of control right here in New York session within the first few minutes. New York session, the point of control is right here, folks. Right here, got the point of control. Um, we got the delta right now that this candle right here with that 79.80 kicked off. That was 476 negative delta. That's pretty high delta right there. The reason I got in on this candle on the 1 minute drive is because it was 1,450 delta. That is extremely high. So that's why I jumped in here and then I got out here for about a buck 50. Okay. That's why I did that. Right now we're at negative 150, 130 delta. We're above the 5 minute moving average. We're above the 1 minute moving average. We're right here at the point of control. Possibly the best thing to do is just sit on your hands and just wait. Let's see what happens. You gotta sit on your hands and wait for the first 5 minutes. I just took the opening drive trade, so that's what I did. But you gotta be quick. You can't hesitate. We had a little micro pullback on this. You had 132 negative delta. I didn't want to get in on a micro pullback because, for my opinion, this is not a micro pullback. Okay, you would take about 100, about 200 heat, and you got yourself about a buck 50 right now. So that's why this is not a micro pullback to me. Okay, this is not a micro pullback to me, but I did take the opening drive trade because as you saw right here, the opening drive trade, we were up 1,450 delta. We were forming some really nice volume up in here. You're not going to see that on a regular candle. When you flip to a regular candle, you don't see that kind of stuff. Well, you might see that bubble. Uh, but we had 65 contracts kick off. We had a nice forming P shape on the 1 minute. So the opening drive, we had a buy and balance area. They ran it up, they held it, so I got in here, I saw the light volume, and then I just started, getting out, and I got like a buck 50, 150 on that trade. And the thing about the opening drive is, you gotta be quick. If you come down here and you start losing this area, you just gotta get out. There's no reason to go from here to here and be down like $600. That's not how you wanna start your day. Starting with a small loss is fine, like I did yesterday, and then I ended up positive. That okay, we got 105 contracts that slung into the market, but right up here on the heat map, you got some people sitting on the books right here. Uh, you get about 140 contracts sitting right up there. So that's pretty significant. They could be getting absorbed right up in this area. Let's see, what do I have my settings set to? Resting orders is 50. Okay, so resting orders right here has to be 50 or more. They just slung right through them. They just slung right through them. They are definitely buying this market up. Oh man, I missed it. That's a buy and balance. If you get in there, your stop's down here at about a buck 87, but you got some large resting orders up in here. You got to get past that. You got some large resting orders up in here. You want to keep a tight stop on this. We're already extended from the moving average pretty significantly. We're at 650 delta on previous candle. We're starting to lose it. Yeah, see, that's why when you start coming up here and you still and you're not breaking through, you just got to cut the trade for a break even or a small loss. You just got to cut it. Um, I'm kind of glad I missed that trade because the opening drive, I'm up 150. The opening drive just kind of got me in a little bit. Yeah, I mean, you would have to get out. You would have to put your stop right here. You would have to get out. And the reason for that is because this is light volume right here. I mean, yes, you got all of this for support. That's fine. But you have to understand, what is your risk? What's your risk? How do you like to trade? What's your risk? Are you risking 500 on many, 1,000 on many? I mean, if you're trading a $50,000 eval, that's not $50,000. That's 2,500 because that's your blow up level. And these prop firms, they do that for a reason. They're not going to tell you, hey, come trade a $3,000 account with us. No, they work on people's psychology. I'm just trying to be honest, folks. I'm just trying to be honest about it. All right, we're coming down in this area right here. This right here is the point of control for the RTH for New York session. New York session right here, point of control. Point of control is right there at 675, about 75 on ES. We're trading the ES. And the reason we're trading the ES is because we got some news. Well, we had news this morning. We had news earlier this week. Last week we had news. Last week I got caught up. I was trading NQ and I got caught up on news. I was up on the trade, three minis, sold two of them. I was holding a runner, moved to a break even, and it slammed right past my stop market and just slaughtered me like a pig. Uh, it happens. Uh, it happens. That's why I flipped over to the ES. I traded ES. That's where I started 10 years ago. I started on the ES. Uh, it's a thickly traded market. It does get volatile a little bit, but not as much as NQ. NQ is like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull. Right now, we're at roughly at ATR about 4 or 5 points on a 1 minute for the ES, so that's pretty decent. That's pretty decent. It's not too volatile. That's pretty decent. We got three Iraqi energy officials. Iraq's oil output from southern oil fields falls about 80% to around 100 K BPD. Iraq orders further oil output cuts. Iraq energy officials, more oil production cuts possible if Hormuz disruption continues. Man, they got to get this under control. Iraq's oil output plunges further yeah, man, they got to get this under control, folks. They got to get this under control. You don't want to know what my opinion is. 5 years in the Marine Corps, I'm pretty sure you understand where I'm standing. Sometimes you need violence for world peace. Um, we're sloping up on a 1-minute moving average. Okay, and this is what the 5 minute is looking like. This is what the 5 minutes looking like. The 5 minutes looking pretty decent. Uh, I'm gonna switch the settings up on the 5 minute large orders. I'm gonna set this to 100. Um, yes, I don't know, maybe 75, maybe 75. I did an update, folks. If you don't have the update, I can't go 50 because look at 50. 50 just kind of 50 is just if you look at that. Well, no, let me. Uh, Rusting ores 50, 100. What the heck am I doing? 50. Yeah, let's just go to 100. We'll just go to 100. Um, we'll just go to 100 because well, I was trading the ES too. Okay, yesterday we had it set to like 50 on the 5 minute, and we had so many bubbles up there I couldn't even see the stinking chart. Okay, so I traded the open and drive, and that's really the only trade I've taken so far was the open and drive right here from here to here, made a buck 50. Uh, uh, I mean, three points is good enough. Buck 50. You get a mini, you sling it around a mini, you get a buck 50. Sling around 2 minis, you got yourself 300 bucks starting for the day. The reason I did the open drive is because, well, for one, we had a buy and balance. As soon as I saw that, I was thinking about clicking it and going up. I'm like, no, thing can get kind of squirrely. But we had nice P shape volume profile in the 1 minute. This is a 1 minute chart. We had a nice P shape right up here. Okay, nice old P shape, 65 contracts slung into the market. You got this, all this volume for support. Okay, we're coming, and then that's when you can get in. Normally, you can get in on a cell right here. You can normally get in on a cell right here, and but you got to think the 5 minute is actually not looking all that good. Okay, all right. You gotta be quick. Thin volume, thin volume. If you're profitable, you got to lock them in, folks. You gotta lock that crap in. I know I just locked some in. You gotta lock it in, man. You gotta lock it in. Don't be doing no hope trades. Don't be doing no hope. I hope it pukes out. Don't be doing that crap. Okay, we got a nice selling volume picking in. We got some people sitting on the bids up here, but we're kind of slowing down right here, folks. Kind of slowing down right here. So if you got in on that break right there, and you get in about 200 bucks, you got to sell some, and you got to move to a break even. This isn't a signal service, so I move too fast for this to be a signal service. Plus, the SEC will be up my butt if I did that kind of crap. But I will teach you how to trade. Uh, like the old saying goes, give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach him how to fish, he eats for a lifetime. Well, if you want to trade for a lifetime, just hang around. Okay, so why did I take this trade? Why did I take this trade? Well, for one, we had a sell imbalance right here. Okay, this is a sell imbalance. We had a sell imbalance. We were sloping over on the 1 minute, which was fine. 1 minute, we were fine, except for on the 5 minute, we were that sell imbalance. We come right down here and we were kissing the 5 minute moving average. This moving average is a Heikin-Ashi data smoothed out to the non-EMA. That is what my moving average is. Not my idea. I got it from the institutions and their little high frequency freakazoid trading bots. Um, but we had a sell and bounce right here. Okay, that sell and bounce was on low volume though. Low volume, little risky. Okay, now and also the selling volume is below half of the candle. Okay, half of the candle. Okay, it needs to be half of the candle, roughly right here. Doesn't need to be exact. You don't need to draw no Fibonacci's or anything like that. Uh, well, you can't draw Fibonacci's on this, to be honest, because I haven't coded it in. Let me get more coffee here. If you're in that trade, you need to be thinking about taking profits and getting out. Oh, did you get it? You must have got it. Uh, here we go. We dumping some more. All right. Well, this is actually multiple trades. I can talk through. I was kind of pouring coffee, not paying attention. Holy smokes! This cup of coffee is expensive. Oh well, it's good. I'm green for today. Oh, look at that. Yeah, we're gonna get ourselves another funded account. We'll be slinging around a handful of Bullnox fundeds. Okay, so why did I get in this trade? We had a sell and bounce right here. We were sloping over on the 1 minute. In the 5 minute that I just showed you, you got to be careful. So I got in because I saw that 52 coming to the market. That 52 came into the market, so we came down here. We saw some nice volume up in here, and then I just went on ahead and just got out because we were right there at the right up in this area. I got out because we were sloping upwards on the 5 minute moving average. Okay, that's fine. Um, but if you look right here, so you can get in here, peel a little bit off. I didn't peel a little bit off because I'm not in multiple contracts, so I'm not scaling out. I'm not scaling in, scaling out. So because we don't know if news is going to come into the market anytime. It could come in at any time. I mean, Trump can fart in the Oval Office, and this thing will run. Um, So you got the sell imbalance. So you get in here because you got this as support at 52 contracts. Not a whole lot, but it's a little bit. But you want to you want to put your stop up above the sell imbalance area. Okay. But plus, if we really break this area right here, if you break that volume area with that selling, you better get out. You better get out. That's all I gotta say. Just get out. So I come down here, you take a little bit of profits, you move to a break even. Normally, what I would be doing is, you can get in a handful of contracts and peel you some off right there and move to a break even. Also, here's another good trade that I used to do back in the old day before I had my bubbles. Before I had my bubbles, before I actually even started trading footprint charts, we had a sell off here, and then we had this bar right here. This bar right here. If you look at that, that is an inside bar, folks. That's an inside bar right there. The high right there did not break that high. Actually, it is nice little spinning top. It looks like, and what you can do is you can come in here and put your stop up here. Okay, because if you start breaking this, or if you can put your stop up here if you want. Okay, it's about 375. Where are you at right now? You're about 400. So that's a 1 to 1, or you're even more, folks. You're even more. Okay, you're even more. You got some large bids sitting down there on the books. You got about 100 bids sitting down there. You got about 100 bids sitting down there. I wouldn't be taking this trade because you got them bids sitting down there. You got a lot of resting orders sitting up there. So if you're trying to play this short right here, you could get absorbed. Okay, so you got to be careful with stuff like this. Wow, they're really selling today. Man. Well, I'm green for the day. That's a good thing. For some reason, I talk and I can't trade at the same time. Chewing bubble gum and trading is not my forte, folks. It's not my forte. But you could have gotten into this trade right here and make yourself about 500 bucks. You got that 52 lot seller that is up there for support. You got a lot of delta. Look at that delta, negative 853 delta, and this little spinning top candle was 130 positive. That ain't nothing. And then you start getting in here. Once you see this candle right here and you start getting in, the thing about this candle right here is 400 delta. You want to be looking at the delta down here at the bottom. You need to be looking at the delta. Once that starts surging downwards, that's nice. You can start jumping in. Okay. You want to run with the delta. Right here, we got 760 delta. Right now, on this current candle, we got some selling coming in, but you got people over here uh, stacking on the bids right there, it looks like. You got 170 delta, 120 delta, 100 delta. When this thing, if this thing surges, if the delta surges from like 100 to 200 to 300, I mean, that is a cue right there to be like, well, this might not be a good idea. I might want to take some profits now. Right now, we're still at a negative, kind of like delta neutral, to be quite honest. That's an inside bar right there. But the problem with that inside bar is there were quite a bit of liquidity on the bids right there. We're starting to eat them up. Where are we looking at on the day, folks? On the day, yeah, we're down here at the lows right here. What does the volume profile is up here? We're down at the way down at the bottom of the value area, low area. We got the point of control that's right up here. If we stay down here much further, much longer, if we stay down here much longer, that point of control could shift. Because look at this on a 5 minute, that point of control is like 5,000 contracts. If we start uh, staying down here much longer, it could. Wait a minute, not 5,000. That's like 9,000. I'm sorry, I can't read. Maybe I need to get my 5-year-old to start teaching me how to how to read numbers. Yeah, we got 9,000 delta up there on the point of control. About 9,000 delta on the point of control. You see what I'm talking about? Right now, what you might want to be thinking about taking, if you're in here and you're down here and you ain't taking profits yet, what you waiting for? Your bank account screaming, please give me some money. But hey, I'm a hyper scalper. I get in, get out. I hit it like a Mack truck and I get out. Okay, hit it like a Mack truck. You get this, get about buck 50, 200. Get in a bunch of contracts. Hit it like a Mack truck. Get out. Leave yourself a runner. I'm not doing that. I am slowly. I mean, I'm green for today, but I am slowly building this up because, for one thing, I need to switch. Maybe switch to my Tradify account. Maybe I'll switch to my Tradify account. My Tradify account. I need like 9,000 profit on that bad boy. Holy smokes! Um, that little hover thing's gonna tick me off. Yeah, we sold off quite a bit. Got some people sitting on the books right there, on the bids right there. They might be getting absorbed. They might not. How much is sitting there? We got about a buck 40 sitting there. About a buck 40 sitting there on the books. We've deviated from the 5 minute moving average quite a bit. Um, we've deviated from the 5 minute quite a bit. Come on, stop that. I need to fix that. Uh, I fixed quite a few stuff. Uh, the one thing that I did fix is when you click on settings, if you're on a 1 minute and you click on settings, you see how you click on settings, it takes you right to the 1 minute. Well, that's pretty daggone nice. Because before it was just hard coded to live pulse. But right now, if you're on the 2 minute, you click settings, it goes right to the 2 minute settings. So that's updated. What else? I updated quite a few stuff. Yeah, if you're on Live Pulse, yeah, let's look at Live Pulse, folks. Let's look at Live Pulse. Oh my word, that's a big old screen up in your face. EES. That's a new contract, folks. It's a new. Get back here. Where do you think you're going? Live Pulse is up here. So you don't have the moving average, you don't have the volume bars, or stuff, and you just click play. Well, you gotta go up here and we're enabling, yeah, we're gonna enable the heat map, okay? That's the live pulse. Uh, maybe, I don't know. You tell me, do you like the volume profile and the delta profile and the live pulse, or do you just want the live pulse window with like no DOM, no nothing, just a live pulse window? I don't know. Or not, well, actually, you can just have an option. You can just click buttons up here and be like, take away DOM, take away volume profile, take away delta profile. Just click a bunch of buttons, have it the way you want it. It's like Burger King, have it your way. Charting, the charting stuff I'm building, Burger King, have it your way. Where are we at? Resting orders 50. That's about good. Resting orders 50. I know what I need to do. When you click on settings and you go to live pulse, why? I mean, minimum volume is good. Large volume, I don't need that. So I need to remove that. Resting orders, the bin size. Probably don't need that either. Imbalance, don't need that. Depth, the DOM depth I do need, which I don't need a way to stink up there. I need about 300. I don't need to be using all them resources. Uh, I don't know. That's the live DOM. You want to take a look at it? Look at it. Kind of hard for me to trade like that. Um, where am I at? Tradify. Eyes on Tradify, folks. Oh, we got some nice volume building up on the 5 minute. If you look at the 5 minute, you got some nice stinking volume right there. Look at that. Look at that volume being built out. Boom. Look at that volume being built out. That's some nice stinking volume. I need to stop I need to stop dragging my charts over. If you want, I mean, just download the add-on. When I say look at the 5 minute on the volume, nice buy volume, you can see it for yourself. We got a nice sell and balance area right there on the, I mean, that right there would be about 187, 187. We got 187. Are we going to dump some more, folks? Are we going to dump? We got 62 contracts that slammed into the market. We got 700 delta, 700 quarters, 760. We're getting absorbed on this. You got to eat through them. You got to eat through them. See how the point of control shifted, folks? You see how the point of control shifted right there? That's the point of control. That's a big shift. That is a big, big shift. Holy smokes. Let's go, folks. Let's go. Okay, I'm out on that one. Um, all right. All right. So this is what I did. I took a small loss and I got back in. That's what I do. That's what I do. That's what I do. I get in, I get out. Took a small loss, now I took a winner. I'm up on my Tradify account. Good. Back on green. Back on green. Uh, back on green. This is what I did, folks. This is what I did. I saw that sell and bounce, and we were breaking right here, and I saw that contract and kind of slung in. Then I saw that big green come in. I was like, I'm not feeling this. And I saw the absorption. And then we were trading on there. We were trading up there, and I saw this. I saw them getting absorbed, and we trade on up in there. And I was like, whoop, I'm wrong. I'm out for a small loss. Got out for a small loss. Then I was like, you know what? I feeling it, man. I'm feeling it. So then I feeling it, and then I came down here, and I just took some off. because look at that. I knew them buyers were up in here. I knew they were up here. Um, so we came down here, we were breaking through. I came up here. I tried to get short. We came back up into this area, and that is one thing you got to be careful about. You got to be careful about this. Uh, you come down here to where they're sitting on the bids. Okay, you got a lot of selling up in here. That's a lot of selling. Look at that 800 negative delta, and we really ain't moving, slamming down. We are getting absorbed right here. So as soon as we opened up again right here and we started trading down below, that's when I jumped in. But then we started coming back up here, and I saw this green right here. Okay, and at the time, the delta was starting to move back up. So then I just went on ahead and cut the trade for a very small loss. Okay. Then, because I was worried it was going to do something like this, okay, and be about $400 loser per contract. So then I saw the volume, the delta started shifting again. So then I was like, okay, maybe we can come down here and test this area. And we did. And then I took my profits. So that's the way it is. I hope I'm explaining this good. Uh, Maybe as I keep going, I'll be a better teacher. But I saw the absorption. We broke through it. So I got short. And we came back up into the area, and I was like, man, we're getting absorbed. I can't do this because we have a lot. We had a lot sitting on the bids right there. If you look at that heat map. You got a lot sitting on the bids, and some people play those absorptions like I do, and you shoot to the upside and get yourself a nice run. Um, Kinda like what happened down here. But this is really hard for me to play this absorption down here because I like it right here. Uh, like if we were breaking up here, then yeah. All right, let's see what we can't do. So we're basically what I'm looking for today, if I didn't tell folks, what I'm looking for today is I'm looking to play buy and sell on balances. Buy and sell on balances. Let me take the volume off. Let me take the heat map off. The buy and sell balances. Okay, if you're new to trading, this is possibly looking. Look at the 5 minutes. See how it's forming all that volume. We got the 5 minute right there. You see the 5 minute right there? We're right at the point of control. We have 227 contracts that kicked into the market. We got nice volume being built out up top there. That's pretty good. Uh, that's pretty good. So I got one Bullnox account green. I got Tradeify account green. Everything's looking good. Everything's looking good. I mean, taking this short right here is a little risky right here because you got the previous day's point and control that you have to deal with. Okay. And I thought we'd probably maybe go test it, but hey, it is what it is, folks. I just play it as it's happening right here. Um, so what I'm playing today is just selling balances. If you're a new trader, what you could do, kind of like how we got this trade right here. If you're a new trader, what you can do is you can take this add-on, you can put the large trades on. Uh, if you don't know what to put on for the NQ or the ES for the large trades, ES I use 30. Okay, for the ES for the NQ I use 30. For large volume I use 50. Okay, that's what I do. And then for a 5 minute, I just switched it to 100 because 50 just shows too many bubbles. Uh, if you're a new trader, if you're above this moving average, do not try to go short. Try to go long. Try to cut you long. Okay. If you're below the moving average right here and we're starting to slope down, start looking for sell and balance areas. Okay. Okay. Start looking for sell and balance areas. Um, what's that 5 minute looking like? I mean, the 5 minute we've had over maybe those contracts are a little too much on 100. We got some 50, 60, 50, 50s. You got these sellers right here that are still in control right here. You got them sellers right there. They are still in control. Okay. You got all these buyers right up here. They're definitely got smoked. Hopefully, I don't care if the institution's got it or not. I could care less about y'all. Um, we got 226 right here. We got 50. Now, what I would like to do, this is in the future, probably next month, once I can get some good support for this project. What I would like to do is when you click, like let's say you click, let me bring up the crosshair. Oh, if you need the crosshair, hit Control Q. It brings up the crosshair. You can't right click and do the same thing. I got to fix that, but you know, Control Q gives you a crosshair so you can see what's going on and you can see the price on the side. But yeah, there's a few things I need to wrap up. All the major stuff's done. It's all the major stuff's done. It's good. Uh, what I would like to do is be able to click like shift left click or do something. Click here and then drag over here and then let go. And then a little box will appear like in the middle. And what that will do is it will tell you the whole total of all of the large sellers, of all the large bubbles that you have set. It'll tell you all the sellers, then it'll tell you the total of all the buyers. And then down below, it'll give you the delta for that. Then it will give you the delta for all the volume. It'll give you the CVD, cumulative volume delta for all your click and drag area. Okay. That's what I'm looking to do. I think that would be useful. I think that would be useful. Also, I'm gonna be working on a volume profile chart. Not like heat map or stuff. All this heat map stuff is done. All this heat map stuff is done. The live pulse, the range bars. Actually, I need to add tick charts. Okay, because some people trade off tick charts. I've traded off tick charts. Hyper scalp off range charts. I need to go back to doing that once the news stuff kind of settles down. Um, 30-second, I don't trade off 30-second. Minute, 2 minute, 2 minutes a good one. Uh, and the 5 minute. But what I'm going to be doing for, we got a buy and balance area right here. But the problem is we're right here in the middle of a consolidation. This is what the market likes to do. The market, auction market theory, just real quick, auction market theory, the market tries to find value, found value to the upside. I got a trade on the open and drive, got that account green, uh, flipped over to my Tradeify account and got me some shorts. Uh, and the market will run up, try to find value, kind of auction right here. Then the market found value to the downside. And now what we're doing is we're just balancing out. This is a balanced market area right here. Market, think of it this way. The market likes to run up or run down, and then it likes to go into balance. It likes to consolidate. It likes to piss off new traders because new traders are trying to go long here because, well, the market has gone too short, so they're trying to go long. And they're trying to catch a trade all the way up here and make about $1,500. And it's just pissing them off. And maybe they got stopped out right here for about $500. Who knows? I have no idea. Maybe they averaged down. I have no idea. But that's what the market likes to do. It likes to run and then goes into balance. Little auction area going on out. And then what we did was kind of poked our head down. That's where I got that short real quick, thinking we would break the lows and keep breaking the lows of yesterday as well. Well, not break the lows of yesterday, but at least come down to the point of control. Um, that would have been nice, but it didn't happen. But what I'm going to be doing is putting in a volume profile. It's where you can use like whatever time frame you want, maybe 15, 30 minute. I use 30 minute, maybe go back like 10 days or so. And then it'll be a nice chart where you can look at the volume profile. And then it will have the high value area, low value, and the point of control. And then it will also tell you on the right side, it will tell you the previous day high, low, point of control. It'll tell you the overnight session, high, low, point of control. It'll just give you a little information uh, for that. I think it'll be a little bit easier for people. Right now, we're kind of balancing in this area. We've got 227, 273. I mean, definitely the sellers are in control, but if they get squeezed, it could get quite ugly. If they get squeezed, it could get quite ugly for them. And that could possibly be $1,000 trade for you on the ES. They could get squeezed and it could be quite ugly as long as news don't come out. You got to think we're butting up against the moving average on the 5 minute. That 5 minute moving average, we're butting up against it. We're above the point of control. You got all this positive. You got all this positive. Come on, you got all this positive delta up here. Um, got 600 delta on the previous 1 minute. Got 50 delta forming, coming back down to the point of control. So what would be nice is nice green candle with a buy and balance. See what I'm talking about right there? The moving average for the 5 minute. We're butting up against it. We're just butting up against it, and we need to slam right into it. We got 122 contracts that just kicked off. We really need to. 122 contracts that kicked off. It would have been nice if we had a buy and balance right there. 650 delta on the previous 1 minute, 122 contracts. We got negative 100 delta on the forming candle. Uh, we closed above on the 5 minute on the moving average. So it could be flatlining here pretty soon. We're a positive 100 delta. It needs to surge. It needs to go from like 100 to like 250. It needs to surge. We might have a little micro pullback. We're right above the moving average on a 5 minute, the order flow bar moving average. We're right above it, folks. We're just right above it. Um, 50, 70 delta, 100 delta. I would love to be able to see a surge of like 300 delta so we can smoke these shorts. But It is what it is, folks. It might happen, it might not. It is what it is. We're right up here in a big negative delta area. We need to climb right through that negative delta area. We're starting to chew through it. We're starting to chew through it. We're starting. We're starting. All right. I got out of that trade. I took a small profit. I got out of it because I don't like I don't like it. I kind of got in right here. I don't like it because of that. Because of that. So I just kind of got out. It was like one. I don't even know how much it was. To be quite honest, it was like 1 point. I didn't like it. Just didn't like it. Got in. I was looking for a squeeze right here, and it still might happen. I see that big volume right there, and I just got out because we're right up against. The reason I got out is because right here you have large. Here, let me get rid of the heat map. That volume right there. That volume right there. Okay, and plus you got that negative delta right up in here. You got that negative delta. Now we might actually break now. We're on low volume though. I just don't like that. That negative delta right there, and we had that large selling volume right there, and I just did not like that, so I just cut the trade. That's just me. I will cut it and get right back in. I have no problems doing that. Bring up the heat map. Right now we're sitting up here. Right now you got quite a bit, about 100 orders right there at 58, right up in here. Yes, I just cut the trade for a small, like 1 point. So I didn't like it. That 122 I liked, and then we had this little inside bar, so I tried to get in here, get out, right up in there. Got in here, I got out, saw that selling volume. I did not like it. I thought for sure that all these shorts right here would be like, all right, we're done, but that didn't happen. Uh, New York session, we were above the point of control. We're trying to move up. I thought for sure he'd probably come up here uh, to the high value area, but I guess not. And I'm glad I cut the trade because now look at it. We had all this area right here. We had to break through this area right here. We had to break through this area right here, and we just couldn't do it. Okay, just couldn't do it. And the resting orders I have set to 50. Okay, if you see that white, I, I got to fix that. If you ever open up settings, you see something white, just close it out and reopen it. Maybe I'll look into that tonight. Uh, Maybe I'll look into that tonight. So the resting orders is 50. Okay, and see now we're moved down. Now we're moving back up. This is good. It'd be nice to see a buy imbalance or something. We have some resting offers up there at 660.5 up here. Again, you would have to break through all this negative delta right here. When I was looking at that delta, and then and down here, we were chewing through it right here pretty decent, but then we just got out. Even though the delta was positive right there, I just did not like that. Oh, we got a 50 lot kicked in. Um, Nice positive delta shelf being built right here. Nice positive delta shelf being built. And look at the 5 minute, we're above the moving average. We're above the moving average. We really got to break through. We got to take out those 60 halves. It has to trade up, start trading up into them 60 half area. It really has to trade up into that 60 half area. We got a sell and bounce up there, it looks like. It just got taken away. Go get them 60s. Guess not. The 5 minute is forming really nice, folks. The 5 minute, you want them 60s. You know you wanted them. You know you wanted them. You know you wanted them. So I just sold up there in them 60s. I just don't like it. Just sold up into the 60s. That's just the way it is. Um, we're having some really nice volume being built out right here. Got some really nice volume being built out. If you look at the 5 minute, this is what the 5 minutes looking like. 5 minute, you got some nice 122, 112. Got some nice volume being built out right up in here. We're still below that sell volume right there, which is not ideal, but it's low volume down here on the 5 minute, and we're starting to lose it. Man, I thought for sure we'd be going up and up here. I thought for sure we would go from here to here, but I guess not. I was hoping for a 10 pointer, man. I was hoping for a 10 pointer, but it got me a couple points here and there. The account is still green. Got me a couple points here and there, and then that's all she wrote, folks. That's all she wrote. Get yourself a little bit, and here we go again. Man, this stinking market. Here we go again. Look at financial juice here. I ran. Iran wants international recognition of authority over the Hormuz Straits, or they out of their stinking mind. Hey, take a look at this. You want to see something funny? Take a look at this. In financial juice, test. It's a test. It's a test, folks. Test. I don't know what they're doing. You don't put that up there on a news site. I think maybe somebody messed up. Oh well. Here we go again with another crazy day. Here we go again. Get yourself a little couple points, get yourself a couple points, and then all of a sudden it just goes wee, and then it goes wee back up. I mean, I mean, I'm green in my Bullnox account. I'm green in my Tradeify account. Um, that's why I was taking profits very quickly because of crap like this. You just can't. And I'm not trading my Dom, so I'm not moving to a break even. It's just a manual in and out break evens. It's just all manual, which I don't like that. I like hotkeys. I love me some hotkeys. Which I got to code that in to this chart. This right here is flatlining. Okay, this area right here. Okay, this area right here. Order flow bar movement average is flatlining. That's telling me do not take longs or shorts. To be quite honest, uh, that's just my plan. The way I do it. I don't care if it runs without me. I got certain things that I look for. Hmm. We got a nice volume being built out right here. The buyers are still in control. They lost a little bit down here and they brought it right back up. So this is telling me they do not want this market to go down. This is telling me they don't want it to go down. 5 minute, we're above that 5 minute that we're above that sell volume on that 5 minute around this area right here, the 5 minute, there was a lot of selling. As you can see what that delta is. If you look at the 5 minute, it was right around there, 56 and a half. We have a sell imbalance that just kicked off right here. We got a sell imbalance right there. It just kicked off. We got another buyer that came in with 50 contracts. So 50 contracts came in. We're at negative previous 1 minute, negative 500 delta. I need to have me a CVD. I need to code me in a cumulative volume delta. Basically, what I would like to do is have a nice little window, something small, something small. Nice little window, something small. Uh, that tells you like New York session, the total cumulative volume delta for New York session. It tells you the current day high low, maybe the point of control, maybe the VWAP, and then yesterday's high low overnight session high low. Just kind of like a window with some data points there. So you can just kind of glance over. Just a real small window. Something about like this size right here, like your basic entry window, something small like that with all the data points. Of course, that's going to be done. It inventories, actual, yeah, crude oil inventories. Uh, Crude oil inventories actual is 6.9 million, forecast 1.2, negative 1.2 million. Uh, yeah, market's just kind of bouncing around. The buyers are in the control. We have a buying balance. It's just kicking off, but we're right here in the middle. We're right here in the middle. I don't like taking trades like this. Right here in the middle. What would be nice. We have the point of control down here. We have this volume shelf being built out right here. Okay, that is support right there. What would be nice is maybe a move up to this area, high value area, and then move back down and support that shelf and maybe get a run to the upside. That's something you can do. if we lose this area right here, if we lose this area right here, more than likely, we're going to come down and see all that positive delta right there, all that positive delta right there. We could probably move back down to 47 if we lose this 55 area right around here. Let me bring up the actual crosshair and let's see. If we lose this area right here, about 55, we could possibly come down back down to this area around 47. See all that positive delta right there? That could be a support area, and then you can try and catch along back up if that happens. But right now, we are holding this positive delta area right here. We're holding that, and we're holding this volume distribution of volume right here. We are definitely holding that distribution of volume right here. And this is all positive delta right here. All this positive delta right here and this positive delta. The shorts are really not in control in this area from the New York session. We're holding above this area right here. This is just a balance area right here where the buyers are in control. Moving average sloping upwards. The heat map right here. Those are 50. Resting orders minimum. You can actually see the resting orders right here. So eventually I'm going to have it so where you can 400 delta on the previous, 400 on the previous delta. Are we going to go back up there and test? We have no idea. We got this whole area right here for support with all those buyers, all those large buyers right there. You got all that support area right there with all them large buyers. You got all that support area. You got 50 contracts that just kicked off right here. If we close above that with a green bar, that could be a trade right there, folks. If we close above that with a green bar, that could actually be a trade. And are we going to close above it? Are we going to go test? We got we're coming back down on a negative bar with 200 positive delta, 190 positive delta. You got this area right here for support. All these buyers you can use as support. All those buyers you can use as support. Um, we had this 50 contracts get offside, and we were closing above it. So I tried to get me a little bit right here, but I just only got me about a couple points off of that. That was nothing. Then I saw it dry up, and it was just nothing. I'm waiting for a nice Look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute is, if you look at the 5 minute, see how the 5 minute right here, see how the 5 minute we have volume right up in this area, but you got some big cell volume. We ran up on a 5 minute on low volume, and all the volume is right up in this area right here. Okay. And we're coming back down to the moving average, the order flow bar moving average. And we're coming back down there with that 122, 112 support area was, but we're coming back down. We're at negative about 100 delta, which is not too bad. But you could possibly try to get a bounce play off of this. That's what I look at. I bring in a 1 minute and a 5 minute, and I kind of look at that. Negative 270. We got a little divergence right there. Positive 200 delta on the down candle. Then the previous 1 minute was negative 270, which is not ideal for me for a pullback play. I don't like that. Delta had to been a little bit lower than that, but yeah. I'm not seeing this, to be quite honest. I just don't like trying to catch along up in here. I have tried it 3 stinking times, and all I'm getting is a couple points. I've tried it 3 stinking times for a nice breakout and run play. I've tried it 3 stinking times. And candles like this kind of scares you, and then you get slams right back up, which is good because the buyers are pushing it up. I've tried this 3 stinking times, folks. 3 stinking times. We're moving up on low volume, low delta. So that is not a breakout. That's not a pullback and a micro pullback play. Not a micro pullback play, to be honest, to begin with. Um, you can't short this because if you look at the 5 minute right here, you can't short that because if you look at the 5 minute, 5 minute is coming back down to the moving average. So the 1 minute and the 5 minute are kind of not in alignment. They're not in alignment. You got negative 100 delta on that 5 minute. It's really not in alignment. Plus, you got the buy right here. Boy, they could get caught off sides, couldn't they? They could get caught off sides. They could get caught offside. But that moving average is flatline. That moving average is flatline. So for the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, past 5 minutes has basically been flatline. This is not a play you take long. Okay, you want to take longs when it's sloping upwards like this. Okay, that's where you want to take longs. You don't want to try and get here and then sell here and try to get yourself 15 points. You're not looking for home runs, folks. What you need to do is get your accuracy down, get your batting average down, get your consistency down. I know people are ticked off about these prop firms and their consistency rules. Well, I mean, let's be quite honest. If you're a gambling degenerate and you full port and you pass, I mean, yeah, that's not trading. That's not trading, folks. You go to a real prop firm like S&B Capital, you ain't gonna last very long. You'll last probably one day. I have tried this 3 stinking times. That's nice. Man, I have tried this 3 stinking times, folks. 3 stinking times. So I just scalped another couple points. Got in here on this break right here, using this as support. Come up here. We don't get nowhere. And then I get out for another couple points. Not complaining. 2, 4, 6, 6 points is. I'm not complaining, but well, actually, I am. Actually, I am. I could have sold up there and got me on a pullback. Watch this thing pop without me. I wanted to complain. Watch this thing pop without me. So I got in here and then I just kind of got out right there. Couple points. Oh man, you little stinker. If you run and you don't give me a pullback, you're going to tick me off there, ES. I thought we were friends. For 10 years, you and I have been friends. Look at that. That is just some slop. Look at that. Just like a slow grind up. Just slow. Well, I had a little action right there. I thought, yeah, just a nice slow grind up. We had a nice downward. We did catch some good shorts, folks. We did catch some good shorts right here. If you caught that short right there, that sell and bounce right there with that 52 contracts, I did get that, but I didn't get the whole thing. And then you had that inside bar right there. You could have played that one all the way down here into this area for about 10, 12 points. Some of you are going to take this add on and out trade me, which is perfectly fine with me. Some of you are better traders than I am. But this area right here, this 10-point balanced market area, is driving me nuts. What what was that? The fourth time I've tried it? Yeah, that was the fourth time I've tried it. And I thought we were going, folks. I thought we were going for the past four. I thought we were going right here. We had 98, 50, 90, 98 contracts. These are contracts on one execution order because I'm reading them from the data connection. It's just one order that's either institution, market maker, or slinging around that kind of size. If you look at order flow pulse, that is aggregated for 100 milliseconds. So live pulse. I'm sorry, live pulse. Right up here, you go to live pulse. All that is aggregated 100 milliseconds. These bubbles right here that are set in your settings. If you get a white window like that, just reopen it. I got to fix that bug. But I did fix it. So when whatever mode you're on, 1 minute, 5 minute range, live, whatever, it defaults it right to the setting. I have large volume set to 50. Now for the 5 minute, it's set to 100. Okay. So I tried to do it right here. And the reason I tried to do it for the fourth stinking time, I ain't doing it for a fifth time. Is because I saw that 98 and 90. Okay. We had big, look at that, look at that delta. And the delta was starting to surge. And I love me some delta surging. I love me some delta surging. And then we kind of came up here and I was like, okay, about 2.5 points. Let's get it. And then we just kind of like, nope, nope. I was hoping to get in them hope trades, them trades like this, run up here, get yourself about 10 points. Why can't I be in a trade? Get out of there. Get stinking thing. Um, yeah, but instead you're getting some slop like this. So I've tried to catch me along 4 stinking times. You only get a couple points here and there. Well, I guess if I try for a 5th time, I get myself, 10 points. I mean, hey, 10 points in 1 trade or 10 points in 5 trades. It's all the same, right? It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same, folks. It's all the same. Ugh. So the setting I have for the ES, I have minimum volume of 5. I don't even want to show a volume candle if it's less than 5. These are the volume candles on that grow outward, and the darker they are, the more delta it is, positive or negative. We got large bubble volume is set to 50. Resting orders, that's the heat map up here. That's set to 50. The bin size, tick merging, you don't need to tick merge the ES. It's so thickly traded, you don't need to do that. But you do need to do that. Why do I have this set to 3? The imbalance needs to be set to 4. 4 times more buying than selling, 400% more buying, selling, wherever you want to go. Levels, that's usually set to 2. The DOM depth, I don't need to know what's up here, 500 higher. Look what we're doing. We're moving up, you stinking effer. Um, Maybe we can get a surge and a pullback. That'll be good for us. Uh, Depth volume I have set to 100. Volume profile band is set to 1. Okay, and then real time trading hours. Okay, that's real time trading hours. We got some low volume right here, so if we get past this, we could shoot down in this area. We got positive 300 delta on the previous candle. It's pretty good, and we formed kind of like a P shape, real small one. But we got a negative delta coming in. We don't have anybody sitting on the bids up here for support. They need to be stacking right here. They need to be stacking right there. 100, 200 bids just need to stack. Okay. Nice volume distribution. You see how we kind of lost that area and kind of like shot down real quick? That's what happens. That's why you get them low volume areas are not an area of interest. There's low volume areas like that. It's just not an area of interest. I would not take this trade just because, well, I've tried to catch me along 4 stinking times, and all I'm getting is 2 points here and there because I'm looking at it and it's stalling, and I'm looking at the delta. I'm not seeing a surge, and I'm just impatient. That's probably why I couldn't trade the bond market. I fell asleep at my desk. I tried trading the bonds years ago, fell asleep at my desk. I wake up, I'm like, oh, we moved a few. Okay, good. Let's go back to sleep. Um, Now the NQ, you ain't gonna sleep at your desk. That mother effer will get you. That little mother effer will get you. Can we get a pullback? Can we get something here, folks? We got negative 234 on this, on the negative 234 delta on here. We got some nice positive delta right up in this area, which is nice because you look at the delta histogram. We got nice positive delta that you can use for support. That's pretty nice. But we're up in the high value area. We're starting to get up in there. And if we trade back down, we could be trading back down into this volume distribution area. Um, the point of control, did it move again? The point of control is right here, the little gray thing. I know most of them are gold or yellow, whatever. Mine's like a little light gray, a little weird like that. Uh, It was down here, I think, and then we moved up. It was up here, then we moved down, then I guess we moved up, I'm not sure. But if we lose this area right here, we got this large volume of distribution right up in this area and all that delta for support. So that's pretty good. That's around 660 area. The same things I'm doing, you can apply to the NQ, folks. The same thing you can apply to the NQ. Man, I can't do it. I just can't do it. We got sell and bounce right up here, up at the top. We got sell and bounce. I just got up at the top, which is kind of weird. Be nice if it was a buy and we closed above it. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for if you really want to kind of here. Let's take the volume things off right here. This is kind of like what I really like to look for is well, we had more sell up there than anything. Um, I'll show you. I'll show you right where we caught this short. Okay, I caught the opening drive. The reason I caught the opening drive is because of the buy and bounce area right here. Okay, there was like a lot of buy and bounce when it was first kicked off. We had 65 contracts that kicked off in one execution. So I put it right up in here, okay, and then I was thinking, okay, we came down here and then we started breaking. I got to get out up in this area, and then we kind of like shot up here, and then I just got me a few points and just scalped me off a little bit of money on the opening drive, okay. But you got to be careful with the opening drive because as you can see here, it can come back and get you. It can come back and get you. But we had a little inside bar right there, a little inside bar. You could have gotten in on the break of this right here because you got all these buyers right here for support. You got all these buyers for support, so you can probably get in, probably try to scalp yourself off a few points right up in this area. But what we did catch was a nice sell and bounce right here. We were sloping, starting to curl back over on the order flow bar moving average, okay? And then you get on the break of that, you put your stop up here, and then you got yourself a nice little trade for about 5 points, okay? Then you had an inside bar right here, inside bar right here. You don't need to look at the volume. Don't worry about the volume right now. If you're a new trader, one step at a time. Just start trading sell and bounces. Uh, Sell and bounces when you're below the moving average. Okay. Sell and bounces when you're below the moving average. And you can also start looking for inside bars like this. This little inside bar right here, it's about 200 stop right there. You get on the break of this right here, put your stop up here, and look what you did. You got yourself a nice about 10 points right there. Okay. Uh, that is how the sausage is made from 9:30 to 11:30. Just look for sell and bounce areas. Okay. Just look for sell and bounce areas. Get out of here. I don't care about you. Stop calling me. um, we had another sell and bounce area. The reason you got in right here is because that sell and bounce area was below 50% of the candle. If that sell and bounce is way up here, no. Well, this one's kind of not good, to be quite honest. We had a sell and bounce right up at the top, and then we kind of came back down. What I would like to do with this, we're just still just grinding down. We had 112 contracts kick off on a 5 minute. What I would like to do with this is that sell and bounce needs to extend outward at least 5 bars. Okay, that's what I would like for it to do, and I can do it. I've done it before. It's not that difficult. It's just me finding time to sling the code in there to do that. Um, and then we can have a user setting. Just go into settings and be like, okay, I want to go five bars by default, but if you want to go shorter, you can go 2, go 0 if you want, or if you want to go 20 out here, you can. And when it starts trading above it, when it starts trading through it, it just cuts it off. That's what I want to do here pretty shortly. Uh, But yeah, if you're a new trader, as we're sloping downwards like this, when we're sloping downwards like this, you can get a sell and balance that's at least 50% from the high and low. And We have to close below it. You can't be 50% of the high low and you close above it. That's invalid. It has to close below it, like this one right here, like this one. Okay. I mean, it's very simple. Sell and balance. You can come up here. If your risk management tolerance is 5 points, and you can probably come down here and get yourself a 1 for 1 pretty easily. We had a buy and bounce. This is counter trend trade. You don't want to do that. You do not want to do that. Also, right here, when we're flatlining like this and you get a buy and bounce area, you have to look to see where all these sellers are. Okay, this one worked out pretty good. Okay, I mean, this one worked out pretty good and you got yourself a nice little trade. I just don't take stuff like that because we're right here into a balanced market area. Okay, the market sells off. It's an auction market theory. It likes to find the value. It found value to the downside, and then we just kind of bounced around. Then we kind of poked down, and then we kind of went straight back up. And that's what I kind of like to see. I tried to get short right here. It only got me a couple points because I was trying to be like, okay, we're going to break the lows. I guess not. Not today. Um, Look for other things. Don't worry about selling balances above the moving average. That's something. That's another. Oh, that's all we got. We ain't got much today, folks. We ain't got much today. Actually, I'm doing better today than what I did yesterday. Yesterday, morning yesterday, I must have had a brain fart because I was down $400 and then I dug myself out. And then I was positive for today. Today, today has been some pretty decent trades. Today has been some pretty decent trades. Uh, I took some winners, took some losers. My losers have been very small today. My losers have been very small. You do not want your losers to get out of control. Please, please do not be taking $1,000. I was going to say something else. Don't say that. Take $1,000. Don't be taking $1,000 loss days, okay? Because you got to dig yourself out of the hole, okay? And that's not good. You gotta dig yourself out of the hole. That's not good. We got that positive delta area right there. We can lose this shelf right here, this little area right here. If we start trading down below that, you got the moving average on the 5 minute. The moving average on the 5 minute is looking like that. So when it's sloping upwards like that, we could get a move back down here to 57. This area, maybe around the point of control. You might spike down, hit the point of control, come back up. But the 5 minute moving average is sloping upwards, okay? And when that is doing that, and you want to try and catch a short off the 1 minute, and you're looking at the 5 minute and it's not lining up as a new trader, please do not do that. Kind of see what I'm talking about? Because we're just in the middle of some sloppiness up in here, folks. And also right here on the 5 minute, look at the 5 minute. That previous 5 minute right there was negative 161 delta. We got this candle right here that was negative 500 delta. So the delta is going down a little bit for the past 10 minutes. Also, you got a little spinning top right there. That is an indecision candle. It doesn't want to, it will make a decision either to the upside or to the downside. But right now, we have to wait until the market makes its decision. Okay, this is pretty significant right here. We've got a buy and balance right here, and we closed below it. We got buy and balance right here. You see that buy and balance? You see that buy and balance, and we closed below it? More buyers and sellers right there. And they got absorbed. That's not a trade to be taken, though. That's not a trade to be taken. That's just information you need to be looking at because it could be shifting. But the thing is, you got all these buyers right here. Look at all of this. Look at all these buyers right there. Look at all of that delta right there. Are these buyers going to defend this area down to the point of control? Okay. Are they going to defend this area? So if you're trying to go short, new trader will be going would be going, oh, the market has moved too much. I'm going to go ahead and go short, and they don't see the big picture. They don't see the big picture of the institutions because retail traders are not slinging around 50 some or more contracts. That's institutions and market makers. That's institutions saying, hey, we would like to uh, dump out 5,000 contracts today. Okay. And then you have a market maker be like, okay, I'll buy 1,000 of them. And then the market maker will hedge against it. And then that market maker will unleash it in the market throughout the day. That is what goes on in the back room. That is how they make the sausage in the back room. We still got the 5 minute sloping upwards. You still got the 5 minute sloping upwards. You got to look at the 5 minute. You take a 5 minute chart and you put the order flow bar moving average on there. It's still sloping upwards. We're coming right back down to it. We could easily break through it, but the problem is you got the point of control. You got all this thick area right here. And John, I can't remember his last name. I got to look him up. John told me don't be trading around that area, to be quite honest. You want to be trading around the high value areas, low value areas. Don't be trying to take a short when you're down in this area right here with all this thick volume. What you really want to do is try to catch it way up in this area and try to find a nice shift in momentum. That is what you're going to do. That buy and bounce, when that closed below, I was thinking we might have a little shift right here. But you also have to think of these buyers defending their financial area of interest. These buyers right here, it's a financial area of interest for them. That's 5 points. That's not a whole lot. We got buy and balance right here. Is it going to hold? You got buy and balance area. It could hold. It might not hold. No, it's not holding. But you see what I'm talking about not trying to go short just because you see this and you're like, hey, we're going to dump all the way back down. Well, the odds are not really in the favor because of all of those buyers right there, the interest. And all that positive delta. See, right here, you had that negative delta earlier in the New York session. That was probably previous. But you got all this right here, all that good delta, positive green delta right there where all those large buyers are. We need to break. Whoops, wrong way. If you want to try to get short, we need to break through these buy area interest. We need to break through the point of control. We need to break through this volume distribution of volume area right up in here to try and get short. And where would support be if you got short and you got lucky and it started coming back down right here at about 47 right here, right there about 47, because look at all that positive delta and all that big volume area. That could be a target if we kind of break this area right here. We got to break through this. Break through this area right here, about 55. It might break through, get a little pullback, and then try to go down. That's the kind of stuff you need to think about and look at. But let's see what kind of reaction we have from these buyers that were interested earlier. You see this area from here to here, we had no large buyers interested, okay? That's about 7 points, roughly 7 points. From there to there, we had no large buyers that were interested. See what I'm talking about? Are they gonna get caught is the question. Are they going to get caught? Will they get caught with their pants down and get spanked? We do not know that, folks. We do not know that. But what we do know is we got some bids sitting up in there. I don't. I take the level 2 data very lightly, to be quite honest. That's just my opinion. I just take it kind of lightly. We're losing that area. We're going to come down here to 47. Maybe, maybe not. Got a buy and bounce area right there, starting to move back up. It's counter trend trade just because you're sloping down on the moving average. You're sloping down, and on the 5 minute, we've actually are below the 5 minute. 5 minutes kind of flatlining. Uh, and we're below the point of control. Come on down to the session lows. Around 620, you got previous days, roughly about 620 area. You got previous days point of control, but that's like 30 points below. Um, that's like 30 points below, to be quite honest. 146 contracts kicked in. All right, I just got me some off of that, and the reason I got me some off of that, and the reason I covered was a very quick scalp. I'm sorry I couldn't walk you through it. Not a signal service. SEC would have my ass in a sling. Um, okay, so we kind of moved down. Okay, we moved down. Let me get rid of this right here. Okay, let me get rid of this right there. We moved down. Okay, we're below the point of control. And we kind of moved down. And like I said, we'll probably come down here at about, I don't know, 47 area. I said, I don't have a crystal ball, but what I do have is bubbles. I am no wizard. Actually, that reminds me. I'll explain this. That reminds me. If y'all haven't read Market Wizards, you got to read that book. That is an awesome book. That's awesome. Um, we had a nice 95 contracts kick into the market. Why did that kick into the market? Well, because they have some buy-in interest right up in here. So they were defending that area. And when we weren't trading above it and we would start trading below it, I remember saying, are they going to get caught on the wrong side? Well, they got caught on the wrong side because we kind of sold off. Now, I did not go from here to here. I did not make that play. I did not make that play from here to here and get myself 10 points. Did not make that because I look for base hits and then I try to get me a runner. Um, But what we did was we closed down below this. You see that negative 265 delta. Previous was 270 delta. We got 95 contracts that kicked off into the market. The order flow bar moving average was sloping downwards. Remember what I said? If you're a new trader, you'd be taking shorts when it's sloping down. Yep, new trader, take shorts when it's sloping down. 95 contracts got caught on the wrong side of the market. We closed well below it. But right here, this is the key factor right here. Right here is the key factor. We have an inside bar. That low right there did not break. That high right there, it did not break. It traded up a little bit higher than what I like. The delta was a little bit higher than what I like. It would have been nice if it would have traded from like here to here and with very, very low delta or even negative delta. That would have been nice on the inside bar. As an inside bar pattern, okay? And then what you can do is you can get in right here. Where's your stop? Well, your stop could be right up in this area because if we start getting up into this area right here, more than likely, you know, you might want to rethink the situation and you start getting up in this area because now you're starting to get up into where the buyers were. But right here, we came in and then right here, right up in this area. Why did I cover? Because right up in this area right here, for about a few points, you have some real positive delta right up in here, big thick area distribution. So you can get in. It keeps moving. That's pretty nice. Um, you get in right here. When you get this downward move real quick, okay, you can get the 146 contracts that kicked off, but we really are not moving down even more further pretty quickly. Just look at the delta. If the delta is just flatlining and is not keep moving down, keep picking up speed, sell some. Maybe you get in like two, three contracts, peel yourself off a contract, move it up to here, somewhere around here, maybe a little bit higher. Start managing the trade. Okay, pay yourself in this area right here. Okay, pay yourself in this area. We had a nice bar. 95 contracts got caught on the wrong side. We closed well below it. We had an inside bar, a little bit not as much as I like. But then when it breaks this area right here, boom, breaks this area, you want to see a big volume kick in. You want to see that delta surging like it did, like negative 700. Boom, comes down here. The volume starts drying up. Delta starts not moving further. Peel you some off. Okay, peel yourself off. Pay yourself off. Always say that, and you will always hear me say that. Pay yourself. Okay, I can't say it enough. Pay yourself. This is not a trade for me, folks. I know that's like an inside bar. That's not a trade for me. I've already taken one, and I'm not going to keep double, tripping, dipping. Okay, you don't be double, tripping, dipping on things. Okay, move yourself up to a little break even area right here. Maybe you want to go a little bit higher. Who knows? Okay, and then try to get yourself a runner. Don't be double, tripping, dipping on trades. Maybe you can double dip. Will be okay, but triple dipping is not. Just remember that. No tripping, dipping. Where are we at? Are we gonna go down to the 620 area? Okay, folks, are we gonna come down to the 620 area? Remember what I said when we were right up here about 55, about 55, 56. If we lose this ledge right here, if we lose if we lose that point of control and we lose that ledge right there, we could come down here to the 47s and exactly is what we did. We lost this ledge, boom, we came back down here. This is how I think about it. Okay, this is how I think about it. We have a point of control. Okay, and if you look at that crosshair, there's nothing stopping you until you're down here. Okay, so if you were standing on a ledge on a cliff and you stepped off, you go wee, and where's the floor? Right here. Boom. You look over at the delta too. There's the floor right there, around 47. Okay. That's what you look for. You look for the "we." Like how, I trade with all my voiceovers, all my special effect voices. I know you like that. Oh, we got whoops, we got a sell and bounce right here. We got ooh, what are we doing? Holy smokes, we got news come out? What the hell happened? Boy, I was in a short that I could have really smoked the bad boy. Could have smoked it. Boy, them buyers are getting slaughtered like a pig. All right, where are we at? Yep, we're down there at 620 at point of control from roughly about previous day's point of control. Um, they're getting slaughtered like pigs. Oh my word. You see, this is why you have to be careful, folks. Size down because the news will slaughter you like a stinking pig. Iran's nuclear power plant has been struck again. Okay, whatever this news is saying about, oh, there's a peace deal, there's a ceasefire, and then Iran says there's nothing, and then we blow up nuclear plants or whatever. I don't know what the heck is going on, but all I know is you need to size down or you will get slaughtered like a pig. See, this is why I'm out taking quick trades. This is why I'm out taking quick trades. Because if you get caught on the good side, yeah, you make a killing. You get caught on the wrong side like I did last week, you get smoked. I mean, last week I was in 3 minis. I took profit on one, took profit on the second one, and I got smoked on the third one that I had a break even stop market and it blew right past me and it smoked me. Smoked me. Spanked me and put me to bed. Uh Yeah, so you gotta be careful with the news. Please size down. Please size down. Especially if you're trading a funded account, you need to size down. I mean, I got this Tradeify account looking pretty decent for today. Uh, Pretty decent for today, this Tradeify account. I probably need to stop trading it, to be quite honest. Let me go back to another day trading it. I need to get $9,000 profits, boys and girls. Your boy needs to get 9,000 on a Tradeify. It's a 150K account. Actually, it's not that because my blow up is a lot less than that, but hey, it is what it is. Man, I should have been now that I'm thinking, I need to be trading that account with more size because I'm trading that account like a 50K account. Oh, what am I doing? I need to be slinging some. Remember what I said about double, tripping, dipping right here? This inside bar, and I said this is not a trade for me. Normally, that would not be a trade. And we got news about Iran, and look what happened. Big 20-point move, big $1,000 move. You got to be careful today, folks. Well, actually, you got to be careful with all this crap going on with Iran because news will come out and it will go up and it will go down. The market is whacked out of its mind right now, even the ES. We got some big buy and bounce area right here, but I wouldn't even trade that just because we got the moving average kind of sloping down. Let the dust settle. It's 11:20. I'm basically done for the day. Uh, I got 2 accounts green. I'm looking good. I'm done for the day. I'm gonna keep streaming. I'm gonna keep the stream open. Uh, but yeah, we have some big, huge liquidity down there, right up in this area right here. Big area right there. I don't know how much that was, but that was a big area. About 1.3 thousand contracts sitting down there, about 14. But I traded my plan right up to the, uh, where I said that we would go. I traded my plan up there, up here. I traded it up here, okay? Up here, we were losing this ledge. Up here, I had no idea news would come out and we go down even further. I had no idea. No one does. All I know is, I here's the thing. You get in here, get out there, I take some money off the table because that's what my plan was. You gotta stick to your plan. Well, actually, get in here and get out here. You gotta stick to your plan, okay? That was not this is not inside bar, but not a trade for me, to be quite honest. No big buyer seller up in that area for me to work off of. No stacked and balance for me to work off of. So that really wasn't a trade for me. Uh, you can't if you got in here and you got out here and then you made a little bit of money and you're like, okay, yeah, yeah, he's good. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh man, I hate him because I could have made like $1,000, $1,500. Well, you don't know when news is going to come out, to be quite honest. And also, here's another thing: who cares? Let's be honest. Who cares? You missed a news move. Who cares? Because you keep trading and you will catch the news on the right side and you'll be like, "Oh man, that's awesome." You know, when you get the home run, you get the home run. Okay, but just look for your base hits, get your consistency down and just trade. Eventually you'll get your home runs. They will come. I mean, it came from me trading NQ about a week or two ago, like 100-point move. Okay, you get them. You get them. Mhm, mhm. There's your 5 minute right there. Your 5 minute right there is looking pretty decent. We got a low volume area right here. You see how it traded uh, from here? You see all that low volume area right there? Okay, low volume area, a nice big thick volume area right here. And we moved right here. We didn't go down below. If we would have lost that ledge right there, probably would have kept trading downwards. But this area right here is a low volume area. And it moves up pretty quickly because that's not an area of interest, to be honest. There's 322 contracts right there. So maybe from here to here, it's low volume area. Okay. And you got to be aware of that when you're in a trade or you're trying to get out of a trade. You got to be aware of those low volume areas because they can get you. They can get you. All them shorts gonna get squeezed out right here. Them shorts probably getting squeezed out right there. We got a nice big old P shape right there on a 1 minute. It's sloping upwards. We got that for support, but it's a low volume area right there. You might trade down in this area, possibly. Who knows? We start trading and breaking this area. You got 146 contracts right there. Uh, got to be aware of that. News just came out. You got to be aware of what you're doing. Be quite honest. News just came out. News just came out. You got to be aware. You got to be aware. News just came out. That negative 400 delta on this candle, they're definitely getting absorbed. Um, we're at the point of control right here too, folks. We're right here. We're right here at the point of control. Alrighty. What is it going to do? Well, you got that buy and bounce area that was right here. You had that buy and bounce area that was right here. We got 75 come in. We got 75, another 75 that came in. Whoops. Um, I mean, you need to break through. You're at the point of control. You're at positive delta area. Uh, it needs to start surging up. We got 300, 400 contracts. We got a buy and bounce area. 500, 600. It's starting to surge. I'm just going to take my profits. I'm done. I don't trust this little squirrely freak. Okay? I, I don't trust that squirrely little freakazoid. Why? Because we're in stinking news. So what am I going to do? I'm going to wait. I missed this trade right here. I missed this trade right here. We have some nice buying, nice stack of buying right there. You know, I kind of missed that trade. Um, because you probably could have caught these shorts off balance right here. You caught these shorts off balance, and you probably get some right there. But hey, you have a run up. You look for a little pullback. This is a micro pullback. The problem is that one's 203 negative delta. That's kind of high. This candle right here, 91 negative delta. That's kind of good. So then what do? I kind of get in here, and I'm going to put my stop down here for about 4 points, and then I come up here and get myself about 4 points. Um, I sold a little bit early because I gotta leave here pretty soon, folks. I gotta leave here pretty soon, so I just wanted to get the count a little bit more greener. Get the count more greener. Um, so we had a buy and bounce. Okay, I got in on the break of that because I saw that 75. I was like, okay, this is pretty nice. And you have 75 here. You got a little micro pullback. Okay, the order flow bar moving average is sloping upwards. If you look at the 5 minute on the add-on, and you click the moving average right up here, click MA up there. Uh, we started moving up, and then we started losing steam right up in this area, and we're right up here where that negative delta is. Okay, so we started coming up here in that area. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and cut it. I got to leave pretty soon. I'm going to go ahead and cut it. But the reason we got a pullback, and look at this, you have a buy and bounce right there for support. That is buy and bounce. Let me get rid of the bars here. Let me get rid of the histogram. You have a buy and bounce area right here. That can be support. Actually, you could have gotten in here. Okay. And your stop could be down here. Okay. Because that's where all this support is. Okay. So that's like 7 points. And then you come up here and you get yourself 10 points. Okay. I'm not doing that. Any other market condition, I probably would. I'm not doing that. And the reason I'm not doing that, and the reason I'm taking just base hits, get in and out, is because of the Iran stuff that is going on. News is coming in and out of the market. It's up one day, down the next. It's good news, then it's bad news. Uh, I mean, I the world leaders and the news organizations are out of their stinking minds. No one knows what the heck is going on. So that's why I'm just taking base hits and just getting in and out because I can't trust this. News could come out, bad news, and then all of a sudden get smoked for about 20 points. That and you got to be aware of that. Once everything settles down, then we can start trading uh, good. But right now, I'm sized down and I'm going to take my base hits. Okay, this and right here, you had a buy and balance right here. So all of that right there was support. Okay, buy and balance. Then you have this right here for support. So and then we have a micro pullback right here. 283 negative delta. That was a little high, but we got some nice positive, good delta up in this area because of the buyers. Then we had negative 91 delta. I'm like, okay, so the delta is starting to move up a little bit. Then I get in on the break of that. Actually, I got in about roughly, I think it was up in this area because I saw that buy and bounce. Uh, but you get that 75 right there, and then you have a positive 800 delta. If you look down below, you got positive 800 delta, and you kind of just move up. And let's say you see those large buyers, and you move up in this uh, delta area right up in here. You see that delta right there, that negative delta, and you start getting out because you had a large seller right there. Okay, and you just get out for about 5, 6 points. That's just how it's done. That's how it's done. So I got to take off here pretty soon, but I'm going to leave the stream open and on. Okay, I'm going to leave the stream open and on. Uh, what I'll do is I will drag this over here. Okay, I'll drag this over here. Kind of make this a little bit shorter. And drag this over here to this area maybe. All right, recenter. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, I'll be right back in about half hour. Yeah, in about half hour, I'll be right back. I gotta go do something. Alrighty. Okay, I'm back. What do we do? What do we do? Da, 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 da. All right, I'm back. Uh, we're not doing much of anything. We're just consolidating. All right. All right, we're down here at the point of control. We got some resting offers down there. I mean, resting bids down there. We got the 5 minute. Really didn't do very much. We have. Where are we at? So when I left, okay. Oh, I took the trade there. Okay, so uh we had a little micro pullback. We had all these buyers for support, and we had that 75 contract come in the imbalance area right there, that buy imbalance. So took a trade off of that. That was pretty decent. And then I had to leave. You did kind of have a you had 83 contracts that kind of got off sides right here. You could possibly do something once you break this area right here and try to get one down here, but that's like 3 points. This is the market's really not doing very much. So it's kind of hard to even really be trading, to be quite honest. Because look at this. The market's just sitting there and just doing nothing, to be quite honest. It ain't doing nothing. We had news right here, the Iran news. The Iran news. Let me look at that again. What did it do? Tension citing an unnamed military source, Iran could activate the Bab el what? Strait if attacks are carried out on Iranian territory or islands. Um, all right. Uh, this Iran news is starting to get out of control. Um, okay. Just one, because I'm gonna have some tea later, and yeah, and that and some of that pop. Um, da, 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 da. Yeah. Um, I need to put out a video now that this stuff is pretty much done. I need to put out a video. I need to really get rid of that hover effect. I don't know how the heck that got in there. I think I did that for the hover effect for the. If you hit Control Q, you get a crosshair. Okay, and I think that hover effect is affecting the whole window because when you scroll over to another window, it kind of highlights it, and then kind of takes it away. So, yeah. So I don't know. I got to look at that. But yeah, there's just some small issues I gotta kind of wrap up. Nothing big. I mean, if I can use this and make money, I'm pretty sure you can. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can. Let's take a look at the heat map and see what's going on up in here. All right, we had some buyers down up in here. Yeah, some people sitting on the books down there. What was that, about 100? That ain't very much. That's about 100 contracts just sitting there. That ain't very much. Uh, we got some up in here too. So not much going on, folks. Not much going on. We got a buy and balance. We got a buy and balance, but I can't do this because we're right in the middle of some stinking slop right here. The market found some value to the downside right here. It found some value to the downside. Uh, Even if we have a trade kickoff right here, we're right in the middle of this balance area, and I just can't do that. It needs to be something like this, something like this. Uh, Actually, it was hard to get a trade off in here for me. I just can't. We came down here, but I just can't trade. I don't like trading news right afterwards. I just don't like trading news like that because the market gets erratic. If you do trade news, you got to trade it off a dime like I used to. Uh, we got a sell and bounce that kicked off right here. You got a sell and bounce on two areas right here. You got a sell and bounce there, a sell and bounce there, another sell and bounce. It kind of kicked off. You got three sell and bounce areas right here. One, two. That got taken away. You got a buy and bounce right there. You got a buy and bounce right up in here. If we take away the volume, you'll see all of this. Uh, it's just hard to be trading like that. Buy and balance, buy and balance, buy and balance, sell balance, buy and balance. It's just up, down, up, down, up, down. It really needs to make a decision of what it wants to do. Okay. And this is kind of flatlining. The moving average is kind of flatlining, but you have to look at the 5 minute. Look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute right there is still sloping downward. So we're still bearish, folks. Like I wouldn't try to go long. We're still bearish. I would not try to go long, to be quite honest. I'd be looking for shorts more than anything. Maybe if we can get a move down and then maybe a pullback a little bit and then try to get a trade off. That's what you could do. More than likely, it's like 12:20. I'm already green on my Bullnox account. I'm green on that. I'm getting ready to pass that funded. I'm green on 150K Tradeify account. I can't be putting on too many more trades because I'm positive in two accounts and I don't want to give the money back. And the morning session is usually better. There's the point of control right there. We're down below. We lost this ledge right here, so we kind of traded down a little bit. We got all this negative delta right here that we're at. It could dump, and then we got that negative delta right there, but they're stacking on the bids a little bit. See, it's kind of up, down, up, down. Just stay away. Just stay away. You know? I mean, I made quite a few trades today, but they've been small. Yeah. And then we got another selling bounce. Yeah, so the sellers are definitely more selling than buying because you see all these selling bounces and they keep moving down. I got to buy and bounce. Just wait until they make a decision. You got 52 sell contracts that kicked off. You got a buy and bounce right there. Like, like, let them fight it out. Let the big dogs fight it out. and then you pick up the crumbs. And hopefully we can get a trade off, but not right here in the stinking middle of a balanced market. I need to build me out a CVD, cumulative volume delta. And then 25 contracts kicked off. I really need to fix that focus thing. I really need to fix that focus thing. Yeah, buy and bounce that kicked off. They might be going for a run. Got 2 minutes for the 5 minute to close. Got 125 contracts. You got a lot of offers up there around 49. Up there around 49. You got a lot of offers sitting up there. Don't be getting no FOMO. Market is always around, so don't be getting no FOMO. Just gotta sit here and wait. Don't be getting no FOMO, folks. Um, don't be getting no FOMO. Go. Mm, I could probably come up here and turn that heat map off. It'd be a little bit better. Yep. News. More likely news. More than likely some news came out. What the heck? 5 minute was setting up pretty good. There's the I'm looking to see if we got any news coming out. I don't see anything on financial juice. I need to start getting my own stream news from like I mean, the market just moved from here to here. 12 points. Okay, 12 points. That's not that too. All right, that ain't too much. It just looks kind of big. Uh, this area right here, this candle right here, this I was eating a sandwich at the time. You had a buy and bounce area right here, and the moving average is sloping upwards, and you can get in on those buy and bounce areas and get yourself a few points. The thing is, like this buy and bounce right here. Let me get the crosshair. This buy and bounce right here, that is not good because it's below half the candle. Okay, and I don't like that. Like that buy and bounce down way below. That one way below. Plus that one's in the middle. This one's in the middle of this consolidation of this breakout, and the buy and bounce was right there. Plus the delta shifted on the previous candle from 500. This candle was like 466. So you can probably get in there and put your stop down here. Okay, here, and then put your stop down here and get yourself like 5 points, and your stop would be about 2 points. Uh, that's how I like to play the buy and balance areas. Plus, you had 80 contract. This candle would have been good if it closed above this 80 seller. That 80 seller would have been nice, kind of like, let's say if this one closes above. Okay, if this one closes above, which it don't look like it is. We're right here in the middle of the negative delta area. Uh, 76 contracts kicked off. We're at 272 negative delta. That's a little high for a pullback, to my opinion. That's a little high for a pullback. Got positive 200 delta on this count. 165 contracts just kicked in. We're sloping upwards on the moving average. Uh, Order flow pulse is just kind of doing this thing. Um, I'm still in the Tradeify account. Um, Point of control looked like it moved down a little bit. The point of control kind of moved down a little bit. Wow, we are getting smoked. Buyers are getting smoked right now. They got to do something, folks. You got to do something real quick. You got to do something like that for me to get out. Okay, that was not good. I can't use this thing. Maybe you guys can use this thing. Can you guys? I really can't use this thing. I don't know why. I built it. I know what it does. I just really can't use it that much. This little bubble thing, kind of like a book map thing. I really just can't. Maybe I need to take a course on book map or something. I just can't use this thing, to be quite honest. I got to use my volume bars, and I got to use the little heat map like this. Okay. So, yeah, I'm up a little bit greener. So I kinda got in on the break right here. I took some heat right here. I took a little bit of heat right here, so I kinda went in, a little bit more, thinking we would get the bounce, and we got the bounce, and then peeled some off. So, I got out about right there, peeled a little bit off, and then, uh, now that I peeled some off, we're gonna run, ain't we? Now that I peeled some off, we could possibly run. Now that I'm completely Man, I can't trust this market. I do not need to be clicking buttons. I got this account up. I got this Tradeify account up. I'm about $800 from passing another eval. I can't be clicking buttons. No, no, no. Let me go find something else to trade on. The mornings are good. The mornings are good. This is why I kind of got in here and then I kind of added to the trade down here because I was looking for a bounce to this. But if I was going to take too much heat, I had to get out with 5 points and probably smoke some of my profits that I gathered throughout the day. And then we kind of ran up and then I kind of got out because I was like, no, I ain't trusting this. I'm so scared of the news right now. This is why I'm taking profits extremely quickly because I'm so stinking scared of the news coming out. It's good 1 minute and bad the next. Uh, that's why I'm just taking profits extremely quickly. But we had a run up here and we had a pullback. This pullback right here, if you look at this, this is this pullback. We had a run up here. It was 500, 400, low negative delta right there, and then 250 right here. Then this candle right here, that was the down candle, but a positive 132 delta. I had that 76 contracts kick in, and I was like 272 negative delta. That's not that good. Then we had this one come in, 473 positive delta. So I tried to get in on the break of that, and then I got me off a little bit, and then I just closed it because I just don't trust the market or the news right now. So that's why I just went on ahead and got my profits. And also, I'm a little gun shy because last week I got smoked. I was in like three minis, peeled some off, peeled off another, moved it to a stop market break even, then it blew past it, my stop market break even, and it smoked me for a good one. Uh, Ever since last week, I don't trust the market because the news can come out and it can be going violently up or down. And that's why I'm just taking profits extremely quickly. Once this Iran thing gets under control and it settles down, then I'll go back to slinging it, slinging the ES minis around and going for it and then peeling some off and moving to a break even and manage the trade. But for right now, I see money, I take money. But that's just me. I see money, I take money because I don't trust it. Kinda like during COVID times. Not as bad, definitely not as bad, but, uh, back then, see money, take money. Um, but that's why I got into this trade right here, okay? Um, because we had that positive delta, 473 that surged upwards, which is pretty good. And then we have some volume being built out right there. So you can get in here. And once you get up into this area, you were looking at some negative delta previously. So when you get up in here and the volume starts getting thin up here, you just get, me personally, I just get out. But that's just me. That's just me. Because I don't trust the market very much. This point of control has been jumping around all stinking day. It was up, down, up. Now it's down below here. It's just been moving around. It's been moving around. Oh, we got 81 contracts that slammed into the market. Big old institutional market maker slinging some size around here. Somebody's slinging some size. Look at that 175. That's definitely some size on the ES right there. 175 contracts. You got to think about this. 175 contracts, and they're slinging that into the market. I mean, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. I mean, 12 and a half times 4. So you got $12 and 50 cents for every tick on the ES times 4. So for every point, it's like $50, right? So every point's like $50. So if you come up here, let's say they got in here, and it comes up here for about 5 points. Well, that's times 5. That's $250 per contract. You times that by 107, 50 times 5 is 250. Correct. Times 175 is $43,000. So they're slinging around about 50 grand up in here. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? In the futures market, you have to understand it's not like it is in stocks. In stocks, you have a pool of shares. Let's say you got like 10 million shares. Okay, you got a pool of shares, and then you just buy and sell, and no one on the opposite side gets hurt. But that's not how it is in the futures. In the futures, it's a zero sum game. In the futures, when you buy a contract, someone else is selling you that contract. So when you make money, that other person is losing money. Okay, it's a zero sum game. That's how futures works. Now, I don't know, and it's I don't have that many users right now. I think there's about 170 people using this add-on from what my site is telling me. This the information in the database. I've got 170 users using or that have created a membership. I don't know how many people have actually downloaded it and are actually using it, but let's say 100. I mean, I don't even know if they're using this on stocks. I haven't even tried it yet. Ninja Trader. I guess you can trade stocks with Ninja Trader with Interactive Brokers, which I got an account with Interactive Brokers, but I just mainly trade futures. I don't even know how these bubbles would work, like trading stocks. Oh, this is another thing. Uh, I'm very excited about this. Let's see if I can't find it. Some of you might not know this. Let's see if I can find it. Stocks coming. Single stock futures. There we go. There, single stock futures. Stocks and futures better together. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. This right here. Some of you might not know this, but in the summertime, do single stock futures coming this summer. This is going to be fantastic, folks. I just love this. I am all giddy, giddy, giddy about this one. Okay, ready for a game changer in equities trading starting this summer. Trade 50 plus of the top U.S. companies from the S&P 500 to the NAS 100 and Russell 1000 with flexibility and efficiencies of financial settled futures. Stocks are coming to the futures market. This is a big thing. I remember when micros hit the market. I was like, man, that's awesome. That's why I take quick profits pretty quickly and I move to a break even, peel some off and move to a break even because I was trading the futures. I learned how to trade the futures and I had to sling around one mini because we didn't have micros. I didn't have micros back then. And there was no prop firms back then. Well, these prop firms that are out now, I mean, you had real prop firms out there, but I couldn't get involved in that. So I had to sling around a personal account. As a software engineer, I'd take about $3,000, throw it into an account, blow it up. A few months later, take another 3,000, blow that up, and I eventually learned what the hell I was doing. Um, and then I finally learned capital preservation. So that's why I do what I do right here. And I'm green today, so let's see. I have not done very good today because here, let me see. This right here. Boom. So I got a Tradeify account. I'm up like 387. Got a Bullnox account. I'm up 225. So that's around 600 bucks for the day. Okay. That's like 600 bucks for the day. I just grind it up, get my base hits, just grind it up. Okay. I got a funded account. I'm like 51,000. I'm not even trading that funded account. I traded it earlier. I just slung in a micro real quick to get a trade day in there. Okay. But the news is going nuts. So I got 52,086 on this eval account, so roughly about another $1,000. That thing will get past in a couple good trades. And on the NQ, it'll probably a couple good trades and be done. This Tradeify account is a $150,000 account, and I'm up 387. Okay, well, 353. The thing about this Tradeify account is I keep trading it. I just started trading it today, to be quite honest. And what I've been doing is I've been slinging around low contract size, like 1 mini on that thing. And I need to be slinging around three or four, to be quite honest, because I got to hit 9,000 profits. Now, if I keep chipping away at like between $200 to $500 days, it's going to take me forever to get to 9,000. Uh, so what I need to do is open up another window with the Tradeify account and sling around two or three minis. And when the Iran stuff is over, then I can really go at it. But that's when I'm up today. I'm up like 600 bucks. Now, some people will be like, "Well, wow, well, you kind of suck at trading." And you're like, well, there's some gurus out there that make $10,000 a day. I could friggin' care less about them. If you want to know something, you take $600 a day. Let's say you trade 4 days a week and you take a day off. Okay, that's $2,000 times four. That's $9,600 a month. Okay, I mean, you're doing pretty decent for yourself, and that's a six-figure income right there for the year. Okay, the majority of the population in America is not making six figures. Okay. So if you can average $300 to $500 a day trading, even with these fake prop firms, and you're getting payouts, you're doing pretty good for yourself. Do not listen to these gurus and try to buy a Lamborghini. For one, the Lamborghini they got is probably rented. That big fancy house, probably Airbnb. Those accounts they show you, more than likely, those are accounts like what these stupid gurus do is they won't show you stuff like this. They won't show you. I'm trading very small, very light. You know why I'm trading light? Because of the stinking news. That's why I'm trading light. I don't want my accounts to get clobbered. That's why I'm trading light. So I grinded out $600 for the day. Who cares? Okay, I'm pretty much done. It's 12:45. I'm pretty much done. I'll come back tomorrow and see what tomorrow will bring me. Okay? I'll see what tomorrow brings me. 9:15, I'll be on. We'll get that ding ding. Opening drive was pretty nice today. Opening drive was pretty nice. It got me a good trade off on the opening drive. You know, I'll be back to slinging a handful around here and there. But how I trade, is capital preservation for one. Uh, before I click that buy button, I know exactly what I'm getting, where I'm getting out. I don't do hope trades. I don't get in and be like, and then I take some heat, and then I dollar cost average down, take more heat, dollar cost average down. Then I'm like, well, I hope it goes up. Nope. Hey, stay out of the hope trades. You don't want to do no stinking hope trades. Okay. Now, see, here's the thing. Some people say, well, you only made $600 a day. Yeah, but slinging around one mini, I mean, $600? Okay, no big deal. Okay, so what if I was slinging two minis like two or three like I normally do. Well, that's over $1,000 for the day. And what was my batting average? I'm not too sure. Here, let me see what I can do with this. Might have to blank out my screen so I don't show you too much. I'll be right back. I'm just showing you a blank screen right now. I will be right back. Market ain't doing very much. I don't even know if we can get this done, to be quite honest. Um, what is today? The 25th. Today's the 25th. Um, okay, like right here. Let's take a look at this. Mm, oh yeah. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look at this. All right, let me bring it back here. All right, so if you take a look at this right here, if you take a look at this right here, so total net profit is 612, gross profit's 1,000, gross loss is 472. The commissions 33 bucks. Max drawdown was roughly about $200. So my max drawdown was $200. So you got to keep your drawdowns very light. Okay. You do not let your losers get out of control. If you are wrong, admit you're wrong. Okay? Okay? When you're wrong, admit it. Okay? You just got to admit it. Profit factor is 2.3. That's decent. Profit factor of 2.3 is pretty decent. Sharp ratio of 9.4. That's good. Total number of trades 16% profitable, 56. My batting average is completely trash, folks. My batting average is completely trash. It was trash last week. It's trash this week. My batting average is stinking trash. I'm usually like 60, 75%. A few weeks ago, I was up 75% batting average. I was friggin' doing good. Now, I will admit, when I'm not streaming and I'm just listening to music, when I'm not streaming and I'm listening to music and I can just chill, I can I can be like 70% batting average. I can just crush it. I mean, there was days about a few months ago when I was doing like $2,000-3,000 days. Uh, I wasn't streaming. I wasn't doing anything. I had the bubbles. It was all personal. I didn't give it out to the public. I didn't do nothing. Uh, I just didn't. I mean, my batting average right now today is 56%. That is complete trash. I don't. That's not good. Uh, My drawdown's 200, so I made $600. I'm only slinging around one mini because the market is off the charts right now. Okay, the news is crazy. I'm not going to get slaughtered, and I don't want to. My mentality, I've been trading personal accounts for years, and these prop firms are good because you make the money on the prop firms, and then you come back, you make your money with the prop firms, and then you put that into a personal account. Okay, throw it into an IRA account. Start buying stocks. This is how the sausage is made. Uh, when I'm not feeling the market, I size down. That's all I do. I size down. I'm not feeling the market. I size down. It's just the way it is. So it's like 1 o'clock. Okay, we could be, if you're going to try and catch a short, you really need to understand the context of the market and where we're at. You got all those buyers right there, okay? Are they going to defend this area? You got all those buyers right there. Are they going to defend this area? Okay. You got a lot of positive delta right there. And if you're trying to go short right here, if you're trying to go short right here, you got all this positive delta you got to cheese through. Okay. Then you're coming back down to the point of control right here, and you need to get short all through that. You got all these buyers up in here that were interested in the market. You got all these buyers. Oh, is that tea? All right. Sorry about that. I usually get my office door closed. Uh, all right. You got all these buyers right here. Are they going to defend their position? Okay. We don't know if they're still in. I don't know because I don't have the trade IDs. I'm not privileged to that. Only the big dogs and the market makers are privileged to that. Us retail traders, we're squat. Okay. We don't get that information. We're not privileged enough. But if you're trying to go short right here, you need to understand you got all this positive delta right here. You got all this volume of distribution right here. You got the point of control right here. You need to travel through all that thick area and then get to this ledge, then get to this ledge right here and go wee all the way down. Kinda like how I walked it through earlier. Um, you see what I'm talking about? We're bouncing off this area. You got that 75, 75. You got them defending this area. You got 175 contracts. That's nothing to sneeze about with the with the ES. Okay, we just talked about that 175 contracts, and it moved up here. They're slinging around $50,000. Okay, $50,000 being made right here. Okay, if they still have some of that position on, and when it starts pulling back, do you really think that they're gonna try the best they can, start slinging it back up, okay? I mean, this is just what you really have to think about. When the market when you say, "Okay, the market has ran up too much, I'm gonna go ahead and short it because I think it has ran up too high." Well, let's be honest, and I'll break the truth to you. The market really doesn't give a flying crap about your opinion. It doesn't give a crap about my opinion, okay? And if you understand the structure of where you're at with this, you'll be better off and make better decisions. As you saw, my batting average is 56%. Made $600 slinging around one mini. Made $600 today, so who cares? I mean, there are evals, but my funded accounts I'm really not trading because I really need to get this news thing under control. And I need to start trading with more size with this Tradeify account. That's a 150K account. I need to start trading with a lot more size with that. I need to have one window open for my 50K account and another for that 150. And that 150 needs to be trading about 3 times the size. At least 3 minis. So let's look at the 5 minute right here, how the 5 minutes forming up. The 5 minute is forming up right here. You've got this area right here. Let's take off the volume. You got the 5 minute right here. You got all of that buying right there, 105, 125, 175, 100. That is one execution with all those contracts, okay? That's institution market maker activity, okay? And I know some people will be like, "Well, how in the world can you sell 175 contracts it was not that much liquidity in the books?" Well, the level 2 is just a snapshot. It's just within, millisecond snapshots. These guys play off the backs of each other, okay? Like, Goldman Sachs be like, "Ah, yeah, I'm gonna sell about 200," and then Citadel be like, "Okay, I got that." You know, they have a different terminal that they know what's being in and out of the market, what's sitting up there, okay? They have more information than we do. The only information that I can get out to you is what is being executed because it's a regulated market. It has to be. Okay. I mean, that's the rules of the game. It's regulated. That's the rules. Okay. So when 175 contracts get bought, okay, it gets executed in one order. I get that information. Now, if you use the order flow pulse live right here, that information is aggregated within 100 milliseconds. So every 100 milliseconds, you might see, like 100 milliseconds, you might see 100 contracts come in, but no bubbles on the 1 minute will show up. That's because it was not one execution, it was multiple executions within 100 milliseconds, and it was aggregated. Okay, if we need to travel through this area right here to go up, you got all this thick volume to get through, okay? This is how you have to think about the volume profile. Think of it as cliffs, okay? Think of it as a cliff. So you're standing right here at 56 roughly. Roughly you're up here at 56, okay? Uh, roughly you're up here at 56, okay? And what's stopping you when you come down? Well, you got a little volume right there, but what's stopping you? Not very much until you get down in this area. I mean, that's how jigsaw trading explained it to me. Think of it as you're walking along the cliff and you fall off, and there's a floor. Where's the floor that's going to stop you? And probably the point of control down here. It's kind of like how you want to think about it. Also, the volume right here. We have a lot of buying volume, okay, but we have a lot right up in here, up in this area right here, okay, right here at this area at 55 and down here at 52 half. You got all that negative delta. Okay, there's more sellers than buyers in this area from the New York session. And this is just very simple. This is what you need to think about. Before I used to trade with jigsaw trading, I had a 5-minute chart open. I kind of on the day I would bring up the daily. I would look at the daily chart and be like, okay, I get myself a context, and I throw up a 5-minute chart, and then I just trade it off the dime with jigsaw trading. And that's how I traded, and I very much hyper scalped on that. So let's see what we're going to do. So we kind of came up here to this ledge right here. Now we're kind of going wee, and where's the floor down here? So it might get stopped right here. Okay, because you got some delta right up in there. But that's just the kind of stuff you need to think about when you're moving up and you're trying to catch along right up in here. Okay, you got to get through all this volume distribution up here. You got this negative delta, all this area from here to here. That was more sellers and buyers in this area. Right here at 52, 53, 52 half, 53, you had pretty decent positive delta. Also, what you need to do is you need to take a look at the 5-minute, drag the 5-minute over, and you'll see we're still in an upward motion. Okay, we're still upwards. Oop, there we go. I was wondering why I was off. It wasn't centered. And okay. Um, so we have all these buyers right here. There's a lot of buyers in this area right here. Okay, there's a lot of buyers in this area. You got that 146 there, but you have this area right here. And more than likely, they will defend that area. Oh, here, let me go get my tea. All right. Okay. All right. I'm back. Oh, my word. They're taking a dump. Oh, my God. What we got? Got news? What we got? Did Trump fart in the Oval Office? What happened? Boy, this Mark is a nutcase. This market is a nutcase. Kind of like one of my nieces, a nutcase. Um, and daggone, last trade we got off was this one right here. Was this right here? Last trade we got off. Nope, that ain't it. That ain't it. I don't know what. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, that's $600 for today. That's about all I'm probably going to get. It could have been $1,000 day if I would have done more size as normal, but I just can't. Not with the way the world is right now. And this is how I do it, especially with these evals. I know I always say capital preservation, self discipline, things like that. But when I first trade an eval, I go risk on. Once I get it above 2,000 or close to 2,000 profit, that's when I don't take the risks. Okay, I don't take them high risks. I just don't do it. I just don't do it. Okay. Hold on. Why that screen's kind of small. Redo my. I need to redo my MacBook Pro screen. I was up 200 on 5 micros and got stopped out break even. I don't know which trade you did. Uh, if you give me like the time frame, the 1 minute, and the time that you entered. I mean, I'll tell you how I trade when the news. Yeah, yeah, that's this market. You really got to size down. This market is just nuts. I could not take this short right here just because, for one, we're right here in a balanced market area, right up in this area. Second of all, you got all these buyers right here that probably defend the area like they did here. Who knows? Um, but earlier, it only goes back so far. Um, I'm going to be building a charting platform for Ninja Trader that where you can get like take a 1 minute and get like 2 or 3 days of data. I just can't do it on this chart right here because I'm using the heat map. We're using order flow information, so I'm gathering every single bit of data and these bubbles and everything in the heat map. So you just can't take a chart like this and get 2 days worth of information. And quite frankly, it's kind of useless if you're a scalper. Um, How I used to trade, especially with the NQ, when I would have like two, $3,000 days a few months ago, when I would just sit in my office with headphones, noise cancellation, door shut, and I'd just be jiving with the market. I would get a pop. Like like I would get in I would get in a few contracts. And I had hotkeys set up with Ninja Trader. So when I did like shift 3, it would get me in 3 contracts. Then once it popped and I got I mean, ES, let's say you get 5 points, you get yourself $100. What I would automatically do is do shift S, and it would sell one and take the other 2 and move it to immediately break even. And then let's say it pops some more. I do shift S, and then it would update my break even. So I would get me some a little bit real quick and then immediately move to a break even and then try to manage the trade. And sometimes you get a runner like I did a couple weeks ago and get a 100 point move on the NQ. That that video is on the site. It's on my YouTube channel. You only see one contract in there because that's all I had left. That was my runner. Uh, but yeah, like $200 on 5 micros. Uh, yeah, if you sell 2 or 3 of them, pay yourself a little bit, move to a break even. Um, I know on the Dom, if you trade off the Dom, you got to be careful with this Dom because it's in beta. There's a performance issue that I have to deal with. Uh, I used it. I think it was the other week I used it. And I'll probably be back to using it again. Uh, it just kind of there's really not a major issue where it'll just crash the system, but you won't be able to move it around your charts around. Everything runs fine. It's just that the charts are not being able to be dragged around because something is a performance thing I'll take care of. But what I was doing when I was streaming before is I would sit there and bump up the maybe I'd leave the quantity there and I'd hit the buy button like 2 or 3 times and then it would pop and I would sell one immediately and then immediately go to a break even. And then when it would run a little bit more, then I'd sell another one, cancel, move to a break even. I had to cancel, move to a break even because if you buy 3 contracts, you break even 3, but you sell one, it does not update. So I have to work on that logic there for that. Uh, but yeah, I'm always saying pay yourself. But that comes from me also trading those low float pump and dump pieces of crap in pre-market. You get a pop, you sell half, pay yourself, manage the rest of it. And this is not a signal service. Well, I can't because SEC will put my butt in a sling. Uh, but I can walk through trades that I would normally take. Like right here, like the trade that we took since the market's just kind of sitting here doing nothing. We had a nice pop. We had this candle right here where we had some good delta, and then the delta right there on that positive candle was kind of neutral, then positive, positive. Then this candle right here was negative 272 delta. If you see down at the bottom, we had 76 contracts. They only had 175 contracts slinging to the market. Moving average is sloping upwards. Okay. The heat map up above really wasn't lit up like a Christmas tree. Okay. It wasn't lit up like this area right here. As you can see, it was just kind of blah. Like right up in here was probably the target area. So you get in on that break because the delta's surging. You probably go from 0 delta to, I don't know, maybe positive 200. When you see a delta surge from like 100 to 200 and you're breaking an area like this, you got to get in. Now, what I did is I just got in, then I got out. Okay. Uh, Even though nothing was up here on the offers on the books, I still just got out just because I don't trust the market. Not now. Not when news can just come out and it could just dump immediately. I mean, when news comes out, it can either flush or dump. I mean, look at this. Look at this. This right here. We took a short earlier, and then this candle right here, I said, "This is not my trade, it's an inside bar, but I'm not taking it because I don't triple dip, double, trip, and dip, and I don't do that." And then news came out, and look what it did. It just went from here to here, about 20 points on the ES. It's about $1,000 trade right there in a matter of 2 minutes. So, you gotta be careful when economic conditions are the way it is, the news. You gotta go to financial juice. Get your information. We got buy and bounce up top here. We got some people sitting on the offers up there. You got negative delta up here, but if you get in here on the delta surge, if you get in here, you got to put your stop down here for about 4 points. But you're right here in the middle of the channel is the problem. You're right here in the middle of a channel. Could you get up here and get yourself 5 points? You possibly could. So let's look at the delta here at a buck 70 at 170. Okay, you're looking at a delta. You're looking at a buy and bounce area. Let me take that off. Let me look at the volume here. So the volume is kind of the volume up here is good. You really need to see the delta start picking up. Right here it's 65. It needs to go to like a buck 50, 200. Okay, it really it's 100. It really needs to start surging up. If it starts going negative, I would be thinking about cutting a trade, to be quite honest, just because of the way it is. If it's going to move, it's going to move. Okay, but you got to think about where you're at. You're also at, why is it not surging upwards, getting 5 points pretty quickly? Well, for one, you're at this area right here, negative delta, except for right here. You are getting through, trying to shoot through all this negative delta area, and you have to get through that. That was an area of interest for selling. Okay, and right now we're at 170 on this candle for delta, 100 on this candle for delta. The delta kind of moved down on the previous candle. That's not good. The current delta needs to start surging. It needs to go from 40 to buck 50 to 200. Okay, it really needs to start surging, and it's not. It's actually going down. So when that happens right there, what I will do, if I got in here and I see this negative selling right here, more selling than anything, I just cut the trade for a break even. And then I'll be like, okay, I'll cut the trade break even. If we have a micro pullback and then it sets up again, I'll get back in. Because like my saying is, commissions are a lot cheaper than a full stop out. Okay, that would have been a full stop out. Commissions are a lot cheaper than a full stop out. Okay, all because you get in here, you're looking for that pop because you got to buy and balance. Okay, you got to buy and balance. You get in here. I'm looking for like 5 points. Okay, I'm looking for 5 points on a buy and balance. Okay, we come up here. We get this candle here. This candle is 170 delta. This one's 97. It closed right here, and we didn't climb on that delta. At least even with this one, we got 97 delta positive. Okay, I want more. Then you jump to this candle here. We couldn't even get above the high right there. The delta is not climbing, it's stalling. And then I see this right here, the selling kicking in. I got in about a tick lower, and I'm seeing this. I'm probably taking a 1 point, maybe a half or 1 point stop out or break even, something. I'm taking because I'm in. I'm trying to get 5. Okay. But the market right now is telling me this candle right here at the time was telling me, man, you ain't getting it. Why? Because you're got to chew through all this negative delta right here. You're trying risk on, got to take the risk off. You're wrong. The market's telling you you're wrong, and you got to admit it, and you got to take your break even. Okay, it's a lot better than a full stop out with 3 points. I know these gurus will tell you you got to let the trade work. You got to take your full stop out, or you take your 3 to 1. Well, I could care less what they say, to be quite honest, because I've been trading for 10 years. I'm not going to listen to a guru that blows up 5 accounts and shows the sixth account as positive, and where he shows the 3 to 1. I could care less about a friggin' guru. What I care about is what the heck the market is telling me at the time. Right here is telling me it's a go. We got buying balance. It closed half of the candle. The candle closed above the buying balance. I'm thinking it's a go. So you click it, you come up here, you're losing steam. You get to this candle right here. That candle, 97 delta. The delta's lower than the previous one. That sucks. You get this candle right here, and the delta starts going neutral on you, starts going negative. What do you do? What do? You cut the stinking trade and move on. Heck, if you followed me earlier this morning, I can't remember what area it was. I tried I think it was 4 or 5 times. I was looking for 10 points. I tried 4 times to get 10 points. And what did I do? I got in, it started stalling, I got out. I was like, 2 points, big deal. I did that like 4 times, and all of a sudden I ended up with my 10 points. But it took me like 5 stinking trades to do it. It's better than a full stop out. Commissions are cheaper than a full stop out. And I know gurus will say, well, you got to let the trade work and take your full stop out because you'll get a 3 to 1. Well, you know what? I do get my 3 to 1s, my 4 to 1s. I get home grand slams sometimes because of a runner. I don't go looking for it every time I click a button. I just trade what the market tells me at the moment. Market right here is telling me, oh, your trade idea. There you go. Good. And this candle right here with the delta, nope. It's telling me that I'm not taking a 5 point stop out. Also, you got to think about this. You're right in the middle of consolidation. You're right here in the middle of consolidation. Okay. It's sloping downwards. You're in the middle of consolidation. It's sloping downwards. If you want to take this trade, you got to take it lightly and you got to get out quickly. If you're wrong, you got to get out. Why? Because right here, you made money on this trade right here, 5 points. Why the heck am I going to give back 5 points? I just made 5 points. It's idiotic, in my opinion. It's just complete idiotic. This candle right here, double buying and bounce area right here. If you get in, you got a nice all pop. You got like 6 points. Okay. More than likely, I'm thinking the delta surged right here. You got positive 466 delta, and then you start running up, and then delta starts going neutral where you got to get out because look at that -4 delta in that candle right there. Closed right there. -4 delta. You're up 5 points. Delta neutral. It ain't climbing, and exactly, it came right back down. If you want to be a scalper, you got to be quick. And you got to know exactly when you're going to get in and get out. Also, the 5 minute on that trade. If you look at the 5 minute on that trade, I didn't take the trade. I'm just walking you through it. Look at the 5 minute stinking flatline moving average. No. If you want to take a trade in this area right here from the 175. I think we did take a trade there. I'm not sure. Uh, the moving average is sloping upwards. Okay. Are you going to get a trade from here and get out here? Well, a guru on YouTube tonight will tell you that. Yes, I got in here and I got out there and I got my blah 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 blah. Okay. So the gurus that blow up 4 accounts and show you one that's good, they awesome traders, man. They awesome traders with their rented Lamborghinis and their Airbnb houses. They awesome, bro. They awesome. Don't try to get a move from here to here and get yourself 20 points. Try to get a move from here to here and get yourself 5 points. Do it with size. When the market is not all freaked out of its mind with news. Hmm. I was running my mouth and we missed something. Not an ideal trade, but hey, it's still caught. Okay. So right here, I was running my mouth and I missed a trade. Normally I don't trade after 12 o'clock, to be quite honest. If I make my money in the morning and I move on, I just kept clicking buttons. I ended up with slinging around 1 minute. I got like $600, $600 today. Okay, no big deal. Uh, Usually trading with more size to get more, but uh, right here you got all this support right here, all these buyers right here in this area that are interested. Okay, and you got this one crazy institutional market maker slinging in 106 sell contracts, and the candle closes above it. Okay, previous candle was 373 delta, 106 contracts. It closes above it right here. It closes above it. We're at negative 204 delta. It closes above it. If you get in here, you get out right here. Okay, you get in here, you get out there. Get in here, you got to get out there for about 3 point loss. Know exactly what you're doing. You just right click and use this ruler. Okay, and then you come up here. You probably get yourself about 3 points up in this area right here. But you got to think. Look at that big negative delta right there. I'd be peeling some off right up in there, right up there about 52 half. I'd be peeling some off. Okay, and try to get yourself a running. Maybe you can get yourself a few more points. You're above the moving average, but then again, the 5 minute is flatlining. As you can see, 5 minute flatlining. You got to be careful. You got to be quick because if you're wrong, you got to. If you're wrong, you're going to be 3 points wrong. So maybe if you're slinging 2 minis, maybe you want to go 1 mini and try to get you some. Why give back all the profits that you made? That's idiotic. I'm not going to give you a warm, fuzzy feeling. I'm just going to tell you the truth. Because if I don't tell you the truth, the market will brutally tell you the truth. This is what I do like to see, but I like to see it when we're kind of moving up. Okay. This is we're kind of moving down and you get 106. Okay. But then again, you got to look at the past. You got large buyers up in this area that'll probably defend this area. Okay. What would be ideal would be for that 106 to be on an upward sloping moving average like this. Okay, and you get 106 sell contracts here, and you close above it, and then you kind of go try to go from there. You try to catch them off sides because you got to think 106, 100 contracts. That ain't no retail trader. And even if I mean institution market makers, yes, they got a lot of money. They can afford it, but you also got to think is those traders with those institutions have a risk desk. They don't want the risk desk calling them and saying, "Why the heck are you taking $100,000 loss? You're shut off for the day." So you got to think in their shoes. You got to think in their shoes. You got 100 contracts. It's 50 points. I mean, yeah, $50 per point, which is $5,000. Okay. So $5,000, and we moved from here to here. Let's say you move 5 points. So five, okay, 5 points, that's $25,000. That's not a whole lot. But when you're a trader at a desk and and you can't lose more than $100,000 in a day, if I was trying to short that and I'm up here, I'm cutting that crap. I'm covering with me covering puts fuel to the fire. So we had to run up here. The moving average is sloping upwards. We got a micro pullback right here. This micro pullback, we're sloping upwards. The bad thing is that we're in the middle of a stinking channel, which I don't like to trade in the middle of a balanced market, but you know, it's something to show you. We're moving up, okay? We had this candle right here. We have this candle right here that is moving up. Micro pullback. The delta on that candle was 107. So you can get in at about 53 and try to peel some off up in this area for about 55, get yourself about 2 points. Sell a little bit, move to a break even, and try to get a runner. That's how it's done. But it ain't done in the middle of a channel like this. It's done in areas like this. Okay. It's done in areas like this. You're breaking out, you get a pullback, you get the same thing, and then you get a run. And then you get up. That's when it's done, not in the middle of a balanced market. We'll turn the heat map back on. Got some resistance up there. You need to see them start stacking on the bids right here, or we're going to be going back down. You got all this positive delta. They're having a hard time to get through that. You got all that positive delta right there. When I showed you my stats earlier, I can't remember if I did 16 trades. I do remember my batting average was atrocious at 56%. And I'm like up $600. My drawdown was only $200 today. Not even 200. I think it was like 180. It was like $200 drawdown day. Ain't nothing. That's a lot more trades than I normally take, to be quite honest. I usually just take a handful. So this pullback ain't all that big, to be quite honest. We're slipping up on the moving average on the 5 minute. We got the 106 still off sides right there. If they're still in right there, you got this bar at negative 53 delta. You got this red bar right here at positive 12 delta, basically neutral. So if you think about getting in here, you got to stop out at about 3.25 points if you break this, but you got to break this with the delta surge and with volume stacking up in this area. But then you got to get through this area right here and then try to get a break and go for a run. The thing is, it will eventually break. Which way we do not know. But this is what the market likes to do. The market loves. This is what the market enjoys doing, and it gets great pleasure out of it, to be quite honest. The market loves to move up, then consolidate like this area. This area right here, it just loves to consolidate and piss new traders off. And then it runs, and then it starts consolidating. And then it might run all the way up here, or it might run all the way down and still consolidate. And then people try to, and when it's running down, people try to catch a falling knife, and it starts consolidating balanced market because that's what the market does. It tries to find value to the upside or downside, and then it goes into a balanced market. Not all the time. Sometimes it can V shape up. Sometimes it can just kind of grind up slowly. But the majority of the time, finds value, then balances, then it'll find value to the upside or downside. That's just basic auction market theory. Kind of like what Peter, let's see, who was that guy? Steedmeyer, something like that. I never can auction market here. I never can remember his name. Well, who was the guy? What's market theory? Peter Steedmeyer. There we go. I think it's Steedmeyer. Steedmeyer, I guess. Peter Steedmeyer. I don't know. But that was the guy. Peter Steedmeyer, something like that. He was a floor trader back in, I think it was the 70s or 80s. He was a floor trader. Uh, and then you had people that took his research. You had people that took his research and then they started developing stuff like the volume profile here. The guy was really good. Peter Steed, Steidmayer, Steedmayer, I think. Got a buy and bounce right here. Uh, got a sell and bounce right there. It's really hard to be trading in this market. We're kind of flatlining. And if you look at the 5 minute, look at the 5 minute, 5 minutes starting to slope upwards. We could get a break. We got all this buying right here. That 106 is offside, so they might take a dump. They might crap themselves, so we have no idea. What we do know is that we're at the point of control right here. And also what we do know is we got a lot of positive delta right here. We got a tremendous amount of positive delta right here for support. So we could possibly go up. But right here. We're right here, folks, right up at the top. You need to see the delta surging to be able to make a break and make a run for it. You need to see a break and make a run for it, folks. You need to see a break. You need to see a break and make a run for it. If not, you got to get the heck out. But it needs to break and make a run for it. We're at 253.04 delta. Uh, 300 delta. We need to start climbing. We're chewing through that negative delta area. So I got in here thinking we were going to get a pop. We really didn't do very much. So I got a break even trade, to be quite honest. No, it was a little bit more than that. Wasn't even a full point. It was 3/4. Um, I want to see a pop. I want to see a run. But that delta was not. We had a nice area right up in here. We had a nice area right up in here. We had some volume kicking in. We had a nice area with the volume kicking in right there. I got in here. We had some nice volume kicking in. Okay. Um, I was going for the break. We had the volume kicking in. The delta on that previous candle was looking nice. This one was up about 200. So, but the delta kind of stalled and wasn't still climbing. And then we kind of have an area right here that we were just getting absorbed with the buyers, and then now we're just kind of pulling back. We might be able to get another trade off. Come on, get out of there. The 5 minute sloping upwards. It's got a nice big positive delta up in here. I don't know why I keep trading the account and I'm up in. It's not good, folks. It's like 140. Again, another brain fart. Again, another brain fart. Yeah, another brain fart. Um, I mean, we're right here. We were right here. Right here. Point of control's right here. We got all this support right here. I don't know why we can't go. Step on the gas there, boys and girls. Come on, bus driver. Step on the gas. But it did not go. See? See what I'm talking about? I get in here, I was wrong. I took like a three-quarter of a trade profit. That was nothing. Just basically cover commissions. Better than a full stop out. Commissions are better than a full stop out. They cost a heck of a lot less, to be quite honest. They cost a heck of a lot less. Are we going to try this again? I am not doing this again. I'm not doing this again where I'm taking stinking 4 or 5 trades to get a breakout. I'm just going to be done for the day of trading. I will not trade you anymore, ES. I'm taking my $600 and going home for the day. I will see you tomorrow, but I'm still going to be streaming. Don't worry. I'm still going to be streaming. I think I'm done clicking the buttons for the day. Um, yep. Now we get the breakout. Now we get what? Now we get the breakout. Now we get the break. Now we get the break. We got 95 seller, boy. Are they going to get caught and crap themselves? We got a buy and bounce up there. It could be taken away. If I just would have held, but I got out there. You know, I got out right here. Basically a break even. We got 223 negative delta. We got 106.26, 185 on this candle right here. I mean, they could get caught if you try to get that. You got a 2 point stop if you go in for this break right here. Um, but this is a little too up for me, to be quite honest. It's better to get some trades when you're down here in this area on the low value area to try to get trades like this, because when you can get a runner, then you can get a runner that if you come down here in the low value area, and then if you make a trade like that, then you try to get up here into this area right here and get yourself about 10 points up back up into the value area. But when you try and do it up here, like I was trying to do, you really need to be set up. And I wasn't set up and I got out. But you got to look at this 5 minute. Look what we're doing. And this whole 5 minute right here. Well, let's come back here. About 9:30. Yeah. So right, whoops, right up in this area right here. So we're just don't have enough gas. Sloping upwards, definitely. You got the buyers that are in control right here. The buyers are in control. If you look at the volume bar, if you look at the volume bar on a 5 minute, look at the volume bar on a 5 minute, it's kind of thin right up in there, right up in here. Really need to be building this out. We're building this out right here. Previous 5 minute was positive 400. Right now, we're delta neutral, basically delta neutral. Right, negative 50, negative 60. That thing goes to, you see how it was 100, then all of a sudden it got back to neutral? They're trying to defend them off, but no, it's not going to work. I don't think it's going to work. You got 2.2 thousand delta right up in this area from the New York session. We're right at the point of control right here. We could get a pullback and then a run up towards the end, but hey, it's like 145. If you're profitable for the day, you got to quit. Like me, I'm up $600. I'm done for the day. I'm profitable. I'm done. I got my money. I'm done. There we go. You got yourself a nice little popper. Got yourself a nice little popper because that 95 got off sides. Got yourself a nice little pop. How much was that? Maybe a few points. Yeah. I am thinking about trading gold. I do not trade gold. I have not. I've traded gold maybe a handful of times. Not even that. I traded it like one day before. That was months ago. I'm thinking about trying to switch to gold and see what kind of. I don't have the level 2 data for gold. That's the only thing. You really don't need level 2 data, to be quite honest. It's nice to have, but you don't need it. You don't need it. So we're definitely just grinding up. Let's take a look at old gold. Is this going to be a thing that's right smack dab in your face again? Here, let me. Oh, that was yes. Let me look at GC. Old GC do today. What'd you do, old GC? It kind of moved a little bit earlier. About 11 o'clock, it moved. That was a nice one. Gold. Gold. I think you have to trade micros with that, or because you can get pretty hefty with that. I think gold is. I'm gonna have to look at what I need to do for the settings because my settings, I know what I need for the ES and NQ, but gold I do not know what the settings would be good for us. I do need to take a look at that, just see what it is. Yeah, 51 came in. I mean, we deviated from the 5 minutes, so we could get a pullback. But you gotta think, here's the thing. If you're trying to short this right here is the point of control right here at 56. Okay, that's where a lot of volume distribution is, a lot of where the thick positive delta is. So let's see how it reacts right here. Let's just see how it reacts right here, up in this area. Where are we at? Right here with that crosshair. Okay, we'll see how it reacts. Right now we're moving down and we're at a positive delta. And now we just flipped negative. Previous candle was 294 negative delta, 294 negative. At about six and a half, six half. They're sitting on the books down here at six half right here, as you can see right there. That heat map lit up. They're kind of sitting there. You can't trust that. You can't even trust this because it can be pulled instantly. I mean, you got these little high frequency trading that just throws it in and throws it back out. That's why I don't trust level two that much. You got to take it with a grain of salt. It's just a pretty good guide, I guess, to go off of. Uh, so a lot of positive delta for them to chew through. That's why if you're trying to go short here, you really don't want to. There we go. You got some big size coming in. They really trying to push it. 80, you got about 180 contracts that they're trying to push this through. Are they going to be able to push it and break it through all the way down here to six half? They trying. If you lose this area, probably around 54, we probably could go to the six half. I need a price. I need a see where that price is right there. I mean, it is right here. It needs to be lit up on the side here. I need something to tell me. I need to code that in. I need something to tell me like that. Uh, so are we going to go to six half? We broke the 54. We broke the 54. Okay. Next stop could be six half. Are we going to six half? The problem is on the 5 minute, it's counter trend trading because you're sloping upwards on the 5 minute. Okay, you're sloping upwards on the 5 minute. That order flow bar moving average is still sloping upwards, and we're right at it. Okay, that's the problem. And we're right at the point of control. I do not know why anyone would want to try to go long or short when we're right here at the point of control. There are some people that have those plans, though. I'm not one of them. Ugh. Yep, we ain't doing it, are we, folks? It don't look like it. A big old wick. But they trying. It's 152. They trying. Just popped almost popped 10 points real quick. What the heck? We almost popped like 6 points. We still got them sitting on the bid down here. They're sitting on the bids down here. They're sitting on the bids down here about 6.5. They still sitting on the bid at 6.5. We're down below the moving average on the 5 minute. We're below this area again right here. They could go to 6.5. Of course, if you were in, you probably got stopped out on that spike upwards. I don't know what that was. That was some crazy stuff. White House Press Secretary Levitt asked on Iran rejection. They have not. That was 1352. 1352. So that was that spike right there. Now we got back down to 6.5. So you see, here's the stinking thing again. It's hard to trade this market with all this freaking news coming in and out. Because you get crap like this. I mean, I understand news, but not constantly. With Iran and all this other crap. I mean, we lost this ledge right here at 54, and I said if we lose this ledge at 54, we could come back to 6.5, and we definitely got to 6.5, but not after a spike with the stupid news. I mean, I didn't take this trade. I didn't get in. I mean, I'm up for the day. I'm green for the day, so I'm not going to give it back late in the afternoon. Uh, but this is just, I'm just getting tired of all the crap. Tired of all the crap with all the news. Tired of Iran. It's extremely hard to trade stuff like this when it spikes that much, from like here to here in a matter of like 7 points in a matter of like seconds, all because of stupid news. White House Press Secretary Levitt, White House never confirmed the full 15-point plan report. White House Press Secretary Levitt, there are elements of truth to 15-point plan reports. I mean, come on. They, White House Press Secretary asked on Iran rejection. They have not. This is just, they are contradicting themselves hour to hour. So we're sitting here. They're yeah, you got some offers up there about 160, about 160 right up in here. About 160 bids right there. About 160 bids right there. Um, oh man, crazy news, man. Crazy news. Boy, I bet the NQ's going nuts. So, but the NQ is going a little freakazoid on us. I mean, if we look at if we look at the NQ right here, June 26, we click apply right here. Let the historical stuff kick in. Yeah. Yeah, that's the NQ. It ran from here to here for about $600. Ran from here to here for about 30 points in a matter of seconds. What am I? That's the 1 minute on NQ. I thought I had. Wow. Let's tick then that to 12 then. So this is the NQ. Again, yeah, we had a spike right there. So that was a buy and bounce up there on that bar. So if you get in right there, it's just like 7 points. It's very hard. That was that trade we kind of took on the ES too. Right here at point of control for the NQ. Same thing for the ES. Again. Again. Yeah, so this is going to be very hard to trade. 3 o'clock, yeah, Trump policy meeting. That's Fed's Myron speaks at 4:10. Uh, what do I have for the settings? Whoops, I didn't mean to click it twice. Just cancel that out. The NQ. Oh, large volume. Why was that? Oh, I was messing around last night. I was messing around last night. That ain't good. I was screwing around last night. Volume profile band set to, what is set this to? Yeah, take that little bubble out of there. It ain't no 30. I need 30 or more for the NQ. For the NQ, the settings are 30 or more. Well, they get uh yeah, good job though. See, that's the thing, Kelsey. All right. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard to be trading news, to be quite honest, and it's kind of risky. I mean, I got my Tradeify account, and I need to really start trading that with size. I need 9,000 profits. I need to trade that with some size. I can't trade my funded account. I need to get in a couple. I might try to trade it tomorrow. It depends on what happens. I could possibly try to get some trades in on the funded account. I mean, the funded account's up 51,100. So I got an eval account. I got like this right here. I got this right here. It needs to go. Uh, Why is that moving so slow? This really isn't. Well. I've noticed that Ninja Trader's windows will move real slow, but my add-on windows are moving faster. I don't understand that. What the heck? I really don't understand that. That's some crazy all wackiness going on. Just don't understand that. In the future, this year, if I can get some pretty good support for all this information, for all this add-on stuff, if I can get some pretty decent support next month, um, or in the next few months, I will always support Ninja Trader add-ons because that's where all the good stuff will be at. But I'm going to be looking, and it will be like next year before it would even come even out to the public. But I would love to work on my own order flow trading platform. All this logic that I have here, all this stuff I have here, all this stuff can be ported over into my own platform pretty easily. Uh, the only thing is I have to write all the broker data connections. That is the biggest problem. When you have NinjaTrader and they've already got the infrastructure there. So all of that is nice. And I'm using the backs of it, which is really nice. But I also don't have full 100% control, which I kind of do need in order to do what I really want to do. Uh, what I plan on doing is just building things out for NinjaTrader, getting all this good stuff going, and then maybe in the future, maybe next year, release my own order flow trading platform. And then hopefully I could work with the prop firm and be able to be like, hey, you want to use this order flow trading platform exclusive to you for like 6 months? And then I give it out free. And then maybe the prop firm, I give out the platform for free. And then maybe the prop firm will pay me a percentage per person that does evals that uses it. But that's like long term next year. And it might not even happen, to be quite honest. Who knows? It might not even happen. Um, Building your own broker connections is not that easy. It can be done because they've got API systems like Rhythmic. Rhythmic and Tradeovate would be the two biggest ones that I would have to do, and I think I would do Rhythmic first, and then get that broker connection working, and maybe do it slowly at first. So on the moving average, order flow bar moving average, we're just kind of flatlining. We're not going anywhere. It's like 2 o'clock. I'm up for the day. I made my money for the day. I showed you the profits that I made. It wasn't very much. I showed you I made $600 slinging around one mini on the ES, and then I'm done for the day. Just because, well, again, crazy stuff. You got to size down. I can't be doing two or three minis like I used to, making them $1,000, $2,000 days. You got to size down when the market is not conducive to your liking. You got to size down. Even in evals, you can't get a funded account if you blow evals. So you got to grind them up. And you saw my batting average today of all the trades I did. I had a $200 drawdown. Max drawdown was $200. All right, that ain't nothing. Max drawdown $200. I'm used to before. I've got some old uh, screenshots I used to put into a Discord where I was like drawdown $200, profit was like 1,500 for the day, and max drawdown was like 200. It was just crazy. That's because I would get in a few minis and then peel some off and move to a break even and manage the trade. Normally, my consistency is like 60 to 70%, right in there. I mean, 56% accurate. Batting average is not bad. 56% is not bad. I mean, my winners bigger than my losers, so that's good. You got to keep your losers small. You got to admit when you're wrong. Is you got to admit when you're wrong. Kind of like when I got married. I had to admit when I was wrong. Before being single, it was like, yeah, yeah, whatever, bro. You gotta admit when you're wrong. You got you gotta do it. You gotta admit when you're wrong. Especially with the market. Holy smokes. If you don't admit when you're wrong, this market will whoop your ass. We got a selling balance right here on the ES right here. We got a selling balance on a flat line and moving average, which ain't good. I wouldn't even think about trading that money. I wouldn't even trade that with Trump's money. Uh, we got a selling balance on the NQ right here. If you try to get in there, you got to get out there. That's about a 20-point stop. If you get in here and you try to get 20 points, you got to be down here. Okay, you're losing the point of control. You got this negative delta area right here. You got to think when you get down into this area right here, you got all that positive delta right there on the NQ right here. The small charts, the NQ. Um, you got the moving average sloping down just slightly. Okay, just slightly. Okay, just slightly. I don't know what the NQ is on the 5 minute, but the ES, I'm looking at it and it's just flatlined. So this is not ideal. When you get something like this, you got to move. You got to peel some off and move to a break even. You just got to. The way this market is, you got to do crap like that. You got to do that. And for one thing, you're trading right in the middle of a stinking channel right here. Okay, and you're trying to put on a trade right here. That's extremely hard to do. You're trying to short a channel thinking it's going to break. Very hard to do. And if you do try to do it and you get down here and you get yourself about 7 points and then it starts, and that delta right there stays at 65. That delta right there was at 26. That's not very good, to be quite honest. Kind of like on the ES over here. It wasn't all that good. Let me get rid of the heat map. Use that later. I changed up some things. So now when you like right here, you have the MA for the moving average. Okay, you have the MA for the moving average. How's the Dom coming? Thank you. Do you have the latest one here? Let me bring up the Dom. Let me close the NQ down. The Dom is going to be worked on again real soon. I was trading off of it. I think last week or the week before then. I was trading off of it. Let's bring up the NQ. June 126. 126. What the heck am I talking about? 26. Uh, let's go for bubble volume of 50. Yeah, let's just do that. So the DOM, I don't know what version you have. I don't even have the version number up here. It's still in beta, to be quite honest. It has a slight performance issue I really want to get taken care of. But from the last time, I don't know when you took a look at it. But right here, you have the account that you can choose, and then you have your quantity that you can put in. What I need to do is have a plus and minus to uptick or downtick the quantity. Right now, it's a text box. That's not ideal. I'll change that. Uh, you choose the account you have right here. This account just shows every stinking account. Uh, I got to look into only showing the accounts that you are connected to through your broker and things like that. I But you can choose the right account. You just might be multiple ones. If you have multiple ones, we have a buy market. We have TQ, which means trade quantity. I need to change it to CQ for current quantity, and then the P&L of your current trade. You have a buy market, you have a sell market, and you have limit bid asks. You have a break even. So if you buy market and it moves up, you break even. It moves you to a break even. You have a sell market. Now the thing is, the flat button will flatten everything. It will flatten the trade and it will cancel all your orders. If you do buy market, moves up, and you click break even, and then later on you click sell to take profits, you need to click cancel because that break even is still there, and it will get you in that trade. Okay. Uh, my suggestion: if you're trading off the DOM, you need to have the order when you should always have the order window and your position window open at all times anyways, and being able to look at it. But this is what the DOM is looking like. What I need to do, can you show how you place a limit order on the DOM? Uh, it's not going to show up on the DOM window right yet. Here, I'm just going to go to a sim trade. Okay. I'm not going to be putting on any, I'm just going to do sim right now. Okay, I'm just going to do a sim trades. So, like, let's say you want to get in here. I don't know. Let's say you want to sell. You do. Okay, that's order filled. That was a limit ask, and it'll show you your P and L. It'll just show your P and L. It'll show you your trade quantity. Now, it doesn't show you where you got in right here. I have not coded that in quite yet. I haven't coded that in. Uh, what I am going to do, okay, now let's say, well, it went up profit, it went down for, uh, yeah, we're in one quantity. A limit order, here, I don't know if you can hear this. Let me turn on my computer speakers. Let me turn on my computer speakers. If you do,
Order submitted.
okay, order submitted. It didn't get filled.
Order filled.
Now it got filled. So that's what that is. Those are limit orders, and of course the buy market, sell market. That's just market orders. Now, if you, uh, I don't have any trades, but if you click flatten,
Order filled.
it'll just flatten everything. It will market you out. I want to be able to place the actual limit order at the price I want on the DOM. That's going to have to be later. I am going to be doing a lot of my focus on the DOM now, just because the order flow bar indicator for the plain charts is done. That's 100% done. Order flow pulse right here is done. I got the profile done. I got the delta done. I got everything I basically wanted done on order flow pulse. Now, the main thing I'm going to be working on is the DOM right now. That's the main thing, because it's just me doing all the development. So, and a bit off more than I can chew, to be quite honest. Uh, that's what I'm going to be working on now is the DOM. Okay, and I need to put a video out there of the milestone and what I want to do with this. I'm a DOM trader, so I'm normally uh, trade off the DOM. So what I would like to do is when you come in here and you click
Order filled.
buy market, it's going to show you a green border around where you got in. And then, so that way it'll show, it won't have the P&L yet, because the main thing what I really want to do is to be able to, like, let's say you click break even.
Order submitted.
Order submitted. That's a break even trade. And as you can see here, it does stop market. So it'll do stop market trades for break even. Okay. So that's a stop market trade for break even. And if you sell,
Order filled.
you got to understand that that's still in there. So you got to hit cancel. So if you come in here,
Order canceled.
the order's canceled. Now it's out. So um, that's what I'm looking to do with the Dom. Now that all this is mainly done, what I need to focus on is right here. The order flow pulse goes off of the overnight session and the New York session. That's what I want to have here for the volume profile and the delta. The same logic I have over here for the order flow pulse, the volume profile and the delta. This right here, you're going to have a cog wheel where you can, or maybe down here, have like a cog wheel, have like a settings wheel. You click it and you choose the settings, kind of like how you do with order flow pulse. And that will be like, hey, I'm New York session. Okay, so I'm here in New York session. I want to do that. And it will just do that. Also, I need to be able to scroll up and down. That's another thing I need to work on. So once the volume and the delta is used in overnight in New York session, you can choose that in the settings. Then I'm going to work on the scroll wheel to scroll up and down on the DOM because I need to be able to see uh, the depth of where we're at. Then after all that, also the colors. I want to be able to change the colors. Okay, uh, I'm into the blue violet right now. It might be different a couple months down the road. Who knows? Um, Once that is done, then I am going to go into being able to submit orders right on the DOM. Uh, I need to be able to look into that. Uh, but that's the way I would like to be able to do it. And these order execution buttons down here, I'm gonna create another window for the uh, yeah, the final product for the DOM is gonna be really good. It might take me a while because order executions are something that is very finicky. The bad thing is with NinjaTrader is that they do not give you any API system or anything. When you create a add-on, they don't give you any kind of support. I mean, the order executions are just throwing it right through the NinjaTrader API system to go into Rhythmic for me. But to be able to trade off the dime, you got to code everything yourself, just like I did for all these buttons down here. Uh, but once I get the volume profile and the delta profile using the overnight New York session, you can choose that, and I will go into order execution. But right now, you can do the order executions. It's pretty
Order
good.
filled.
You can do buy
Order
market,
filled.
and then you can do limit.
Order submitted.
It's submitted. It's working. It's not going to work, so I'm just going to hit
Order
cancel.
canceled.
I'm going to take it out. I'm going to go ahead and just
Order
sell,
filled.
and then move to a
Order
break even,
submitted.
and then move to a break even, and we'll see. More than likely, get stopped out, but okay, maybe it won't get stopped out. But right here, you can see that the order is working. Do, do, do. Yeah, right there. You can see that the order is working. It's up 175.
Order filled.
Okay. Quantity, we're in 2. So the quantity still says 1. So you have to
Order canceled.
cancel
Order submitted.
and then move to a break even. Okay. And the thing is, if I hit sell market,
Order filled.
I'm still at,
Order filled.
see, it's order filled and it got me short because I had 2 up there. So you just,
Order filled.
so that, there's stuff I got to really work on little by little. Um, when you sell, it needs to update what you have for the break even. Okay. And it's just a matter of just writing the logic because my hotkeys, I have that. My personal hotkeys, I have that set up because that's how I hyper scalp with the NQ is through personal hotkeys. But that is the DOM. There's a performance issue I need to take care of, but it's a lot better than what it was. Now that order flow pulse is pretty much, I would say 95% done, I can really start focusing on the DOM here. And next month when this all and now there is one thing I am looking to do is I'm going to be merging order flow pulse and the DOM into one install. I'm not going to be managing the versions between two different add-ons. I'm just going to basically have order flow bars add on when you install it. When I do an update for order flow pulse, it'll update what you have, and then if you want the DOM, you can just go ahead and choose the DOM. There's all the add-ons there. Once I get the DOM done, then I'm going to move into volume profile uh, for like historical volume profile that you can look at, like a volume profile TPO chart system. But that's what it is. And these bubbles, I need to make this maybe a little bit wider. I don't know. There's going to be an option to actually show the where the large orders got executed historically. Like there was 91 executed at 448 earlier, or 64 over here. Buy contracts got executed at 37. Those are just going to be settings to either show or hide it. And of course, you have a clear button. It just clears everything out and rebuilds it. But once I have the setting down in here, the little cogwheel, the settings, you'll be able to choose overnight or New York session, kind of like how you do with this. Kind of like how you do with this right here. You just click on settings. It defaults to 1 minute now to the mode that you're on. And then you have real time RTH for New York session and then overnight. Those are the only ones I got. Those are the two most important ones. And then the color system. The color system needs some love, but that's not going to change anytime soon because I got to work on a DOM now that this is 95% done. Order flow pulse, I need to work on that. The biggest thing I wanted to get done was the volume profile and the delta profile, and then the delta down at the bottom here of the chart. Uh, Now that I got that done, I can start working and wrapping up the DOM. But then when you click on the colors, you can get to choose whichever ones. This is going to be a different system. Uh, Once we're going to have more options here, it's going to be kind of like how Ninja Trader has it. Uh, Also on the order flow pulse window, also kind of like how it's going to be for the DOM as well. There'll be an option up here, kind of like enable level 2 data. I need to rename that to show level 2 data because enable, some people are going to be like, I wanted to enable it. How come I'm not getting it? Well, you got to pay for it from your connection. So new traders might not understand that. So I got to rename this just to, instead of enable, actually show. Um, but then there's going to be like show the DOM up here for this window, the bid and ask. There's going to be a button to show or hide that. Uh, Also for the volume profile, delta profile, there'll be buttons to show or hide that as well. That should be pretty easy to do. That's pretty easy to do. Order execution on a chart with the like shift or control clicks or something. That's a little bit harder. You have to get the mouse. Like if I wanted to buy this area right here, and I do like a shift left click to buy or shift right click to sell or whatever. Uh, it gets a little hard. We're coming down to that area where the buyers were. We're below the point of control. 230, I really wouldn't be doing anything. If you're green for the day, like I am, I would not give it back late afternoon. Especially if you're green for the day and then all of a sudden you enter a trade and the news goes against you, you're going to wish you didn't do that. Do, do, do. Yeah, the DOM that I showed, that's a that's a lot better than you got the super DOM from you got the super DOM. This is what Ninja Trader calls their super DOM. I don't know how super it is. But if you're listening to me, Ninja Trader, you could always just hire me and I will get your stuff in order. But the problem with the big institutions is that they're comfortable. And once they get comfortable with the money they're making because they've been around for years, they just get comfortable and no more innovation happens. They don't want to spend the money. They don't want to spend the money to hire software engineers to really build their stuff out, or they just be like, yeah, we're making money. We don't care. That's why you got platforms like Deep Charts that came out. And I think Deep Charts, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what they've done is they've taken the volumetric charting system and then they basically built it onto with a bunch of add-ons, and they built onto it, and they just call it Deep Charts. Of course, I could be wrong. But Deep Charts is a good platform. It's really nice. If I wasn't doing this, I'd be trading on Deep Charts, to be quite honest. If I was not doing this, what I'm doing now, I would not be on Ninja Trader. I'd be on Deep Charts. I tried Motor Wave, didn't like it. Quantum Tower is the next best one. Uh, but I picked a Ninja Trader because it number one platform out there for futures trading. The amount of users they have is very large, so that's why I picked it. It was just a business decision because I was like, okay, if I spend all the time and code this stuff, and then uh, I sell the add-on for people to use, there has to be enough users using it. And when it does get released next month, out of all of this and into released, I mean, it's gonna be like I was thinking like $95 for the first 200 users for like a whole year. That's like $8 a month. And if people want to support the project, they can. If they want to wait 3 to 6 months and see what it looks like down the road, they can do that. It's just not going to be $95 for a whole year, 6 months down the road. And then once I get the DOM squared away, I'm going to come back to order flow pulse. And of course, once the execution trades are done, once I get the execution trades done for the DOM, I might even be able, if I think about it, I might be able to do two things at once. The chart trading on the chart here can use the same logic as on the DOM. Because right now I have a separate file for all it's called order executions. I think I called it order executions. That's going to be for everything, for the chart trading here in the future, the chart trading, and for the DOM trading. DOM trading is already using a file called order executions. I can use that same logic to be able to create buttons in like a separate window that you can drag around and do. All it is just me creating buttons to show, and it uses the same executions that DOM uses now. Uh, so when I do a chart trader for here, I can use the same logic for DOM. Or if I do DOM, clicking at a certain price level to get in and out or put limit orders in and out, then it does the same thing for the chart trader. Same logic, two different places to be used. And I'm thinking it's going to be difficult, and actually might not be. I have no idea. It might not be that difficult. I do know what is difficult to do with a chart trading is to be able to take and like your stop loss and be able to click it and drag it up and release it to where you want. That gets a little harder than just your plain executions of just like, okay, let me bring up a little, let me bring up crosshair. Like this crosshair right now, I'm at 47. So if I shift left click, I just throw in an execution. That's fine. But actually showing it on the chart and then put maybe a shift right click down here, that's fine. Okay, shift right click at 43 and a half for a stop. That's fine. But when you actually start going into clicking and dragging and trailing your stops on the chart, that's a little bit different. And also the same thing with the DOM. That would be the same logic. That gets a little bit more trickier. I don't know how I'll do it, but normally when I don't know how to do something, I just go look at code that's already done it before, and then I go do it. And you gotta be careful with AI because that thing hallucinates. That thing's like a politician. It'll tell it will make it sound extremely good, and it's a complete lie. And also, it kind of chokes after you get too large. I mean, order flow pulse is 4,000 lines of code. Once you start getting into a large project, I don't know how much the DOM is, but once you start getting into large stuff like this, AI can start to choke a little bit. It can actually, and if you don't know what you're doing, it will write code for you that is going to be complete trash, and it will hurt you in the long run. AI is really good, and I do use AI. AI is really good. Now, years ago, I didn't use it when I was at booth out in Hamilton because it was government contract, and we weren't basically we had our own government computers. We weren't allowed to put stuff on there. But I was using it like on my personal computer. I was like, you know what, this ain't all that bad. I used to go to Stack Overflow and try to research how to solve a problem. I can just go right there to AI and be like, hey, blah, here's the situation, and I type it up as like a software engineer would, and it's able to have a logical conversation about it. So it has taken my productivity level and has increased my productivity level. And it's great for boilerplate code as well. You're like, hey, I want to do this, and you just start slinging some code together, and you're like, yeah, okay, I'll take it from here. It's great for that. Not much is going on. If you try to get short right here, you really got to think about what you're trying to do here. If you're trying to go short, okay, if you're trying to go short, you got to think you got all these buyers right here, all these buyers right here at 105, 125, 175. Are they still there? Are they still interested in this area? Well, it's like 240. We have no idea. More than likely, they took profits up in this area, right up in here. Okay, we have no idea if they're still interested in this area, but they were previously around 12 o'clock. So around lunchtime, they were definitely interested in that area. Okay, were they back in here? Oh no, because I don't show bubbles that far. Maybe I need to loosen that criteria up and be able to show all the way through 9:30. Um, Maybe not the volume profile. I mean, maybe the volume right here, like the volume right here. Maybe I can keep that there. Actually, now I'm looking at it. I need to hold up. I can get more I can get more performance if I cap that. Yeah. Okay. Um, these buying areas right here. There it was a buying interest right here. They couldn't dump it. They ran it up right here. They pulled back right here. They couldn't dump it. Okay. Right here, is it the same thing where they can't dump it because all these buyers right here, this is support. This whole little green area right here is support. Okay. That's just the kind of stuff you need to think about. Get them buying bars out of there. That's what you got to think on a 5 minute area. So when you're trying to short on a 1 minute like this, you got to look at a larger time frame area. Okay. You got to look at a larger time frame area. That's what you're up against if you're trying to short it. Mm. Let's see what happens. You got this delta right here at 1,626 delta up in this area. I think I've merged this. I don't know how much I've merged the volume profile. Bend it to 4. Okay, thought it was more than that, but So you got a little 8-point range that these large buyers were in there, and on a 5 minute, I'm only showing like 100 or more. Okay, I'm only showing 100 or more for large trades. So if you look at that, it says on the 5 minute, it says large trades 100 because I was doing 50, and that was just way too much. You can look at that on the 1 minute and be able to see that. But uh, got a 50 lot kickoff. You're not going to see that on the 5 minute because I have the large volume set to 100 or more. So the 5 minute time frame, I want to see the very large ones. But the 1 minute uh, is fine. The 1 minute is like right here. Uh, you got all that positive delta you need to get through that 500 to 1,000 positive delta right here in this area. You need to get through that. If you can get through that area right there, you probably test 104, 125s. You need to lose this ledge right here on this delta to be able to even think about coming down to the 640 area. Like I said, I need to really put I need to put a marker right here where the current price is, like a slider marker. Put it right there where it is, so it kind of slides up and down. I really need to do that, but that's just little. That's just things that are nice to haves. In software development, there's a thing called minimal viable product. And a lot of companies do this. They have a product in software development. They get it working to the point so where it's useful to a client. Maybe it's 80% done, and they go ahead and release it into production, knowing that there's more stuff to be done. But there's nothing that's we used to call show stoppers. A showstopper is something like, okay, you're going to release a product and there's a bug in there where it crashes the whole system. That's a showstopper. That is something you got to fix. Kind of like what I fixed with the threading issue with the order flow pulse and the performance issues with the order flow pulse. Those were showstoppers. I couldn't release the product. But now that it's been running and good as far as order flow pulse is running, it's a minimal viable product. So you release it to the public. And as the product gets mature, it just adds on to it. That is called an MVP, minimal viable product. And when I worked for Booz Allen Hamilton, Washington, D.C. as a contractor, we did a minimal viable product for the Federal Emergency Management System. We refactored the code, the old system that they were on. We had to refactor it and rebuild it. And we did. We were doing Java at the time. We did it in Java. Not my language of choice, but that is what we were told to do. So we built it in Java. Now, the DOM is not a minimal viable product. The DOM is a beta product. That is not a minimal viable product. So when it gets released, like order flow pulse here in the settings, you're going to have a license key in order to use this. You're going to have a license key, not the free one. You're going to have a license key to be able to use order flow pulse. Now, for the DOM, I still got the license key that will be hard coded in. You might have to update it, but it'll be a new license key or free to be able to use the DOM until that gets to the point where it's a minimal viable product, and then that free license key will go away. But when order flow pulse gets released, order flow bars indicator and order flow pulse gets released next month, uh, there's license keys for that. But for the DOM, there's always going to be a free license key as long as it's in beta. You can't charge for a product that's in beta that's basically incomplete. I mean, I guess you could, but it would just piss people off. Boy, this thing is taking forever to come down here. And the reason it is because you got all these buyers right here. If you were thinking about going short right here, thinking we're gonna dump, you got all these large buyers right here, 105, 125, 175. Those are one execution orders from institution market makers. Those are one execution from big dogs. Okay. That ain't no stinking retail traders slinging that size around in one order. Now, if you look at the order flow pulse, that aggregates the volume within 100 milliseconds. I mean, you could have 200 orders coming in 100 milliseconds. Most of it is institutions and stuff like that because they do order slicing. Like instead of having one large order of 100 contracts, they'll do 10 contracts 10 times and they'll do it within 100 milliseconds. That's just order slicing. But I like showing the bubbles here for the one contracts, one execution, one execution for multiple contracts for large contracts because that shows that it's a very, very interest for that institution market maker, for that big dog, for the big players. That is a very big interest area. And they play off the backs of each other. Like some people say, how in the world can you have 100 sell orders right here, 106 sell orders when there wasn't that much liquidity on the level two? Well, the level two is just a snapshot of the market at that time, to be quite honest, because it's just milliseconds. Okay. And the big players play off the backs of each other. They throw in orders. They know where each other are playing because they have different terminal than we do. They are on a whole different playing field than what we are on. So they play off of the backs of each other. And we just have to kind of get the idea of where we're going with it. Like this 106 right here on a 5 minute order flow pulse chart, 106 sell contracts, but we closed above. Okay, so you might want to get in. You might want to get in here, but you stop down here somewhere up in this area for about 6 points for the ES. We're looking at the ES. I'm sorry, we're looking at the ES. And then you come running up here for about 10 points. Same thing when you're buying. You got 105 contracts right here, but we're sloping down on the moving average. Then you got 125 contracts that closed above. So you can use the backs of that. Then you got 175 right here. So then you, maybe you use that for support up in this area, and you can come up here and get yourself about 5 points. It's just how you want to look at it. I look at it as I got big players right here buying, and I got 106 large players selling, and they got caught. But they're going to cover. That's my reasoning, my thought process. Morning sessions are always nice. I knew it was gonna be a good day when I got to open and drive and I got profitable, and I'm like, "Oh, this is gonna be a pretty good day, ain't it?" I gotta trade crude oil sometime. Not crude oil, crap, what am I talking about? Gold. I need to trade gold. I need to understand what some good settings are for gold. I think we can get rid of you. We don't need you for a backup. Don't think we need that for a backup. Yeah, so not much is going on, to be quite honest. It's like 3 o'clock, and I didn't think it would be. We had a pretty good morning. I mean, I'm profitable for the day, so I can't complain about that. Like up over 600 bucks just doing 1 mini, so I really can't complain about that. Yesterday was a profitable day too. It's just market's going nuts on us again. The heck are they doing now? The heck are they doing now? That is a little nutty, people. Goes from here to here. It moves. Jeez, what they blow up now over in Iran? Come on, tell me news. What's going on? 3 o'clock. Something at 3 o'clock. Trump's policy meeting. Oh, yeah. Trump's policy meeting at 3 o'clock. Who knows what's going on? They're probably getting out. They'll be like, "Oh my word, Trump's policy meeting. They're gonna get out. Market's dumping. What'd he do? What did he do in that policy meeting? Did he fart and the market dumped? Oh my word, what happened? We don't know what's going on. I'm trying to look at the news. Here we go. Iran's foreign minister, uh, Eric Hachi, I think there are no talks with the U.S. You see, here's the thing. Iran's saying we ain't talking with your stinking butt. And then The US, we over here saying, "Come on, man, I wanna talk to you. I wanna make a deal. Let's be friends." Uh, no, this ain't gonna be no. No, this ain't gonna be like that. No, they don't wanna talk. He ain't gonna talk. Don't you understand the type of individuals that you're dealing with? They don't give a flipping crap about their own people. Do you think they really give a shit about us in the US and what we care? Especially the politicians over here? Please. Iran's foreign minister, blah, blah, blah. There are no talks with the US. Okay, yes, we understand that. Stop with the news. You two just you wanna have a street fight, go do it. Just stay the heck out of the news and out of the market and leave it alone. So you got people defending this area right here. You really got the people defending that area right there. Yeah, I dropped off the bubbles. I gotta look into that. Uh, maybe I can drop off the volume. I think that's what I need to do. Here, let me. I need to create a note about this. I need to create a note about this. I need to create notes about this, folks. I need to create some notes. What are we doing? I ain't touching you. I ain't touching you. Not with this news. I was lucky to make money and get my 2 accounts green. I am not touching you for the rest of the day. I will see you tomorrow. Um, yeah, so what I'm thinking is on order flow pulse, what I can do is only go back but so far for the volume profile right here. That's really not needed for like even a 5 minute. When you look at volume profile for a 5 minute, it's really not needed. I mean, look at this. You go back 5 minutes, you go back to 5 o'clock. Like, do I really care what the volume was for each bar at 7 o'clock in the morning? Not really. Not really. Do I care what it was at 9:30 when it's 3 o'clock? Not really. I need to think about that, but I do care about the bubbles. The bubbles I do care about. Um, yeah. So let me drop the volume bars. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna have to keep some notes on this. Drop volume bars 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Only keep New York session. That could be an idea. And for a 2 minute, only keep New York session. In the large volume, uh, show from New York session. Okay. Uh, that feature is a good idea, but I don't have time for that. Drop volume bars, blah, 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 blah. This is what needs to be done. Okay. Checkbox to show had large volume bubbles. I don't care about that right yet. That can be done later. That would help. That would help out with the performance of this too. Because this right here, the window can be moved around, but when you're not showing that, it can be moved around faster. Uh, because when you're showing it all the way from like 5 o'clock in the morning, which is not needed, the volume. But from 9:30 and beyond for New York session, it is good. Okay. Okay. Okie dokie. 154 cell contracts just kicked in. 154 cell contracts. And the ES just kicked in. Yeah, we could be going. Are we going to go visit the session lows, folks? 3 o'clock. Are we going to go visit the session lows? Or are we going to go visit the session lows? We have no idea. It could be. We could go. We could go for it. I mean, look at the volume right there. The volume. The volume could be kicking up. Volume's kicking up. The delta's kicking up. We could be checking out the session lows here pretty shortly, folks. Right here at 66.14, right around there, 60, 66.15, 15s. Are we going to go test the 15s? That would be a big move for the ES, to be quite honest. But in this condition, it might not be a big feat, to be quite honest. Might not be that difficult. All we need to do is have some stupid stuff come out in the news again, and we're there. The exchange of messages via mediators does not mean negotiation with the U.S. See, this is what Iran's talking about, the foreign minister. Okay, the exchange of messages via the mediators does not mean negotiation with the U.S. We got buy and bounce right here. We're going to get that 154 contracts off sides. We have no idea. Are we going to get them off sides? Well, we're at negative 281, 284, about delta neutral and these two candles right here. So if you get in here, you got to get out here about 3 points. And what are you trying to do? You're trying to get yourself 5 points up here. Are we going to get them little 50s right there, 50, 58 lot? That's about neutral. Got 154 contracts right here. They're if they start taking too much heat, they're gonna cover this crap. They're gonna cover 150 contracts. Okay, we got a lot of negative delta that we got to chew through from the previous New York session. I mean, from this New York session earlier this morning. Okay, we're at 284 delta, 284 positive delta. The 100 and quarter delta needs to be surging above 200 in order for us to come up here and even think about a 5 point move. All right, the delta really needs to start to surge. Quite frankly, I wouldn't be clicking any stinking buttons with the news coming out. With all this news coming out, I just wouldn't be doing it. Like right now, I'd be cutting the trade. Commissions are cheaper than a full stop out. We had positive 284. We had 108 delta. So the delta just didn't even get to break even of that 284. We just lost steam. Boom. Boom. Let's look at the heat map. Heat map down here. Because I looked at the histogram with that large bid sitting down there. Only about 100 and some, about 140 down there. I mean, it's just not. If you try to get in here and you lose steam right here, you just got to get out. You can always get back in. Commissions are cheaper than a full stop out. Just wait until that moving average starts to flatline. You got negative 135 delta on the previous candle. You got 60.50 on here. You got buy and bounce right there. They're trying to push it. They're trying to push it. They're trying to push it. They're trying to push it, folks. So 130 delta, you needs to be start climbing up to about 200. I need to start climbing about 200. You got a lot of negative delta up in this area you need to chew through. That's the problem. You got a lot of delta to chew through. Got 280 delta. The delta needs to surge if you're going to think about even doing anything. Delta really needs to surge. We ain't doing nothing. You ain't doing nothing, folks. It's 308. See what I'm talking about? You coming down here to the buy and balance that was support. If you try to enter here, you got to put your stop down here because if you lose that, you're going to puke. So if you lose that, you're going to puke. If you lose it, you got the pukes. You got the pukes if you lose that. You got the pukers. Yeah, you got buy and balance. Can we close above that? You got the buy and balance right there. You got the buy and balance. You got 252 delta on this previous candle, but it was a wicker. It was a wicker. I don't like the candle wicks. I like the John wicks, but I don't like the candle wicks. Yeah. We're down here in the low value area, which is a good thing. You just got to wait for a setup if you want to go long. It's 3 o'clock, so I don't know why you'd be clicking buttons. But if you want to, you can. See, I don't try to get the whole move. I just try to get a piece of the pie. Try to put the odds in my favor, get a little piece of the pie. Don't need the whole pie. I'm not a greedy little freak. I just want a piece of the pie, not the whole one. Well, the delta is slowed down on the negativity. We could be basing out right now. Like I said, this is what the market likes to do. It likes to puke out and then it likes to find a balanced area and then I'll find value to the upside or to the downside. It likes to do stuff like that. It likes to piss off new traders. That's just the way it is. Once people understand that, then they'll try to stop buying the lows and selling the highs or market can always go lower, it can always go higher. It don't care about your opinion. So we are down here. We got some people sitting on the bids right here. Look at that. You got them sitting on the bids. 200 sitting on the bids. Oh, yeah. That's what you like to see. Come on. Delta surge, delta climb. We need a delta climb. No, you're going the wrong way there. You're going the wrong way. You gotta go up. You gotta go up. They still sitting on the bids down there. I wonder if they get filled. How much is down there? Yeah, about 200. How much is down there? About 200. About 205. They sitting on the bids. They sitting on the bid. They sitting. Are they going to get the? Come on, we need a big seller to step in here and to get absorbed. You need a big seller like a 100 lot slung in here to get absorbed, to get a nice little squeeze. That would be sweet, man. That would be really, really, really nice. Get a nice big seller trapped up in here and getting absorbed, and then we kind of move from here to here for a nice 7 pointer. I mean, I'm not going to trade you because it's 3 o'clock, but that would be good. Yep, you got them sitting on the bids up there. How many are sitting on the bids? About 211, 212. Yeah, about 200. Got about 200 sitting on the bid right there. Got about 200 sitting on the bid. They're not doing very much right now. They're not doing very much, are they? Oh boy. Alrighty there, folks. Are you gonna climb now? You're climbing 160. You climbing. Or is you gonna squeeze the 150? Squeeze the 150. Make them pay for their stupid decision. Make them pay for their stupid decision. Well, they're not gonna squeeze yet. You got all that negative delta up in there. Okay, you got all that negative delta right there. They need to get through that negative delta right there, and they need to get through all this negative delta right here. If they can get through that, they could probably come up here more than likely. Maybe up here. That's what you'd be looking for. That's what you should. That's what you should be looking for. To be quite honest, oh man, you get a popper. Oh, we got a 50. We got a 50. You got a 50. Oh, you got another one up in there. Yeah. Come on, man. Absorb them little freakazoid sellers and let them pay for their decision. Squeeze them little mother lovers out. Make them pay for their decision. Make them pay for their decision. Oh, are they going to pay? Are they going to pay? We're Delta neutral. We're Delta neutral, basically. We're Delta neutral, folks. We're Delta neutral. You going to pay? Ooh, you're going to pay. Oh, you're going to pay for that decision. Oh, you're going to pay for that decision. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. You pay for your decision. You come down here, you got them got all them 200 bids just sitting up in there, and you trying to go and you're gonna be selling? You gonna be selling? I don't know what you're doing up there with your 50 lot slinger. You got 50, you got another 50. I don't know what you slinging around that contracts, but for one thing, you need to buy the indicator there, Mr. Institutional Trader. You need to buy the add-on. You need to buy the add-on. You need to understand that the order flow bar moving average is sloping upwards, and you're going to sell this stinking market. What the heck are you smoking there, boy? Uh, if that delta, come, yeah, yeah, okay. Well, you got to think right here. You got to think. You got to think about where you're at. You got to think about where you're at. Right there, you had a big selling bunch. You had a 50 lot slinger come in there. If you did try to, if you did try to get in right here on the little bit of absorption, and you got yourself about 4 points, you need to get out. At least sell some and get out. It's just the way that the sausage is supposed to be made. Yeah. We're getting down here. What am I doing? Am I still? Oh, stop recording. Yes. Stop recording because that was a long session. Boy, I'm glad that's on the external drive. Holy smokers. I bet you I got me some good B roll. I don't know. I need to throw an ad out there for this thing. I need to throw an ad out there for this thing. That's why I'm trying to get me some B roll. We got sell. Is that selling balance? Buying balance that I see? Is that a buying balance that I see? We got 100 lot. We got 100 lot We got 100 lot seller up in here, and we got a buying balance right there. Ooh, is it gonna be some fireworks towards the power hour? Maybe not. We got a little doji right there, a little doji right there. We got the red candle on the 194 positive delta there, right there on them. Oh, you got a selling balance. Ooh, ooh, pretty big delta right there. Pretty big delta right there. Yeah, that ain't good. That ain't good. I thought you gonna. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Make them mother lovers pay. Pay for your decision to go short. Of course, I'm done. I'm not in this squeeze. I'm not in this squeeze. I should be, but I ain't. Make them pay for their decision. Oh, look at all them shorts. Oh, you gonna eat all them mother lovers up. Come on, you got that 154. That 154 taking big old heat right there, boys. That's 10 points right there. Holy smokes. Boy, I hope the wrist desk don't get your ass. Uh, they be calling you up. Why are you taking a $50,000 loss? The risk desk will be calling you. What you smoking at your desk, boy? You gotta think we're at an uphill battle right here because you got a lot of 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. Boy, they love them 50 contracts on the ES, don't they? Boy, them institutions, they just love to throw around 50 contracts per order, don't they? Don't they? Then he had 150 right there. Boy, that guy must have been drunk. He must have been smoking and drinking something at his desk. Because the risk that, ooh, you're going to pay for your decisions, like I said. You're going to pay for your stupid decision. You got 154 contracts being slung around at one point, that's that, that right there, times 10, that's $75,000 right there. You got the risk desk dialing that mother up. They risk desk, they dialing him up. They dialing him, and it probably went even deeper right there. 50 and about 200 and about up there and about 300 contracts. They dialing that mother lover up. You need to close that trade. I don't know what you smoking and what you drinking at your desk, but you need to close that trade because we ain't losing no a quarter million dollars. These institution traders have got risk parameters. too. So we had a nice little move. We had a little pullback right here, a pullback at 59. This pullback right here, I was a little worried about that because that was 354 negative delta. That was not good. That was not good. Okay. You got some big, heavy delta up in there. You had a sell imbalance. Let me put that back. That's not one. I wanted to get rid of that. You had a sell imbalance right here. And here's the thing, you got big negative delta right there. And it shows right there at 354. But them bars right there, they're solid bars. This bar right here is kind of hollow. The opacity is kind of light. That's not a whole lot of negative delta. That right there is a lot of negative delta right there. So I was thinking, oh boy, we ain't gonna make it, are we? We ain't gonna make it. But we did. We did. When we finally broke it, we broke it for about 4 points. Make the mother lovers pay for the decision. Make them pay. Why are you trying to short the market? Yeah, so that was a that was a pretty good one. I don't know if anybody got that. That was pretty good. We have 50 contracts that got kicked off. We closed above. That's what I like to see. And now if you got some up in here, you got to be careful because you got that big selling balance. You got that 50 lot that kind of kicked everything off right there. But you got a little pullback right here. This 350 delta, that was really, I was a little concerned about that. But we were order flow bar moving average was sloping upwards. But if you got in right up in this area, if you got in right up in this area and took a little bit of heat, you can probably add to it if you want. But man, you got to understand if you get down below this area, you got to get out. You just got to admit that you're wrong, and then we broke this area right here. You had a lot of sellers. And also, here's another thing. You got 354 negative delta. So you got a lot of sellers up in there. Okay. They were probably doing some order slicing up in here. Okay. Uh, you had about 100 contracts right here, 50, two orders with 50 contracts each. That ain't no retailer. That's institutional trading market maker activity. They closed above it. They're going to get squeezed. This 154 right here, you got about 200, you got about 300 contracts that are going to be taking heat. Then they tried to save it right here with this big 354 negative delta. They tried to save it. So if you break this high right here, you got to run up. You got a micro pullback. You kind of break this high right here, and they get squeezed a little bit. You got to get out for your 5 points on the ES. Why? Because you got this big negative bar that kicked off right here on the news. That's why. Don't be buying, selling the news right away. Wait for the dust to settle. Okay? Wait for the dust to settle. News comes out, ES pukes out. Okay? Comes back up. We have an inside bar. You can trade this if you want. Okay? That's from my old playbook. We get a bounce, we get an inside bar, and we get it, and we break that inside bar. Your stops up here for about 3 points, and you can start covering down here for about 4 points, four and a half, 5 points. Okay. Normally, I like to wait for the dust to settle. The dust is going to settle because right here, it eventually does because it sells off, and then the market will go into balance mode, piss off a lot of newbie traders because they want to get a pop and get that 100 point or whatever they want to do. They're trying to have dreams for a Lamborghini. Uh, so you got 154 contracts here. You got 50 contracts. You got 200 contracts that are in the hole. Then you got another 50 that kicked off. That's about 300 contracts. So you got to think about this, folks. You've got 300 contracts sitting right here. 300 contracts at one point. At one point on the ES move, that right there is $50. So that's 15,000. Okay, that's for a 1 point move. If you move 10 points, that's $150,000 loss right there. Okay. I don't know if this is the same institution. I have no idea. I'm not privileged to the trade IDs, so I don't know that information. But the institutions and market makers, they do have that information and they know that. So they're gonna cover their stupid decision right here. They're gonna cover it, have a micro pullback. It looks like they tried to save it right here with the sell and bounce and this big negative delta of 354. It looks like they tried to save it, Okay, and then once we broke this area right here, they knew they had to get out and cover, and that's why you got that little squeeze right there for about 5 points. Okay, you got this area right up in here. Okay, they defended it. They defended this area, and they're probably pushing it right back down. I don't know what is going on. I am just assuming. I am trying to play the pain off the backs of the pain of these institutions because yes, BlackRock, Citadel, Goldman, all the big boys, they got money to play with. They got billions. But I'm telling you, you have traders at a desk trading. Okay, maybe they turn on their little pet bots and it trades for them. I don't know, but you have a trader and a quant trader, which is a software engineer basically, that are managing those little computer pets for the institutions. Okay, and let's say this is actual a little robot trading. The little robot knows, hey, I'm wrong. I gotta get out, and then we get a little squeeze. Okay, that's all it is. And also another thing that I really do like trading the ES. Every now and then I will trade the NQ there for a while, but I like trading the ES, and there's a reason why. Because the NQ is owned by the little computer pets of the institutions. The little algos, it's owned by that, okay? ES is the thickly traded market, okay? I like that. So this is I hope this was pretty useful information right here because look at this. You've got the order flow bar moving average sloping upwards. You've got right here on a 5-minute chart, you've got it deviated way down here. It has deviated from the moving average about 12 points. So when it deviates from the moving average, it likes to kind of trade back up into the moving average when it deviates too far, too fast. Okay. Just kind of like we have a pop right here, it kind of deviated from the moving average about 6 points. So it kind of pulls back to it. And then it kind of goes, it likes to trade with the order flow bar moving average, which is a Heikin-Ashi data. And I take that Heikin-Ashi data from the Heikin-Ashi chart. I take that data and I smooth it out with a non-EMA, and that's where you get this smooth trend line. If you are going to go long, you want to make sure this is sloping upwards. Kind of look for some pullbacks like this. Look for some trap traders like this, and you can get yourself about 5 points on the ES. Okay, that's about $250 trade, about 2 contracts. That's like $500 trade for you. Do that a few times, you can get yourself a past eval. Do that in a funded account, and you're good to go. Don't worry about the stinking what do they call it? What's that rule them prop firms have? Consistency rule. Well, they ain't stupid because I got one for my daggone self. I've been trading for 10 years, so hey, capital preservation, folks. Consistency. I showed you my batting average this morning or this afternoon. It's kind of bad today. It's like 56%. I had a $200 max drawdown. The rest of it was profits. I mean, I've only walked away with like $600 profits today, but that's because I have downsized. I have downsized because I have to, because the news will slaughter you. Hopefully, this is useful information. You got the trap sellers. Okay, we closed above it. Great. You can get in on this candle. You took some heat right here, about 3 points. You can add to it if you want, but you got to understand you got to be disciplined. Take your loss like a big boy girl, and then you kind of get out here about 4 or 5 points. Okay. Or what you can do is you get a pop, you can get in here. If it comes back to your break even and you don't like it, you can always get out. But hey, the delta was pretty good. What kind of shook me was the 354 negative delta. And I'm thinking, man, if they really crush this thing, it's gonna drop. But if we squeeze them 354 negative delta, if we squeeze them shorts out, it's gonna be a nice run. That's what you gotta think about. Same thing happens on the downside. Same thing happens on the downside. I don't know if we can get any. I don't go back too far because I don't like to. No, we're not really getting much. That was news right there. That was Levitt. Levitt news. Levitt news. Okay, same thing. Boom, boom, boom. Same thing right here. You got 95 contracts right there. got 95 contracts and we closed above it, very slightly above it, but we got 95 contracts, got 185 delta right there. Okay, so we get a little micro pullback. That was 400 delta right there, 400 negative delta right here. Okay, you do not try to go long. Okay, you have got to wait. Okay, we had a nice run up. We're getting a micro pullback. You gotta wait. Okay, you gotta wait. Would you get in on this bar? No, 64 buy contracts. Okay, you can get on this bar because that 400 negative delta that they really tried to push this thing down and it got popped for about 5 points. Okay, it happens. Okay, it happens. You just got to be patient and you got to wait. I don't care if you had to wait all stinking day for not for 6 hours to get two trades and you get yourself 10 points. I mean, 10 points, that's a good day, folks. Throw in a couple minis and you got yourself a nice payday. You just have to sit and be patient. I don't care if you have to sit here for 2 hours for one trade. Just be patient. When news comes out, wait for the dust to settle. So what was it today? I had $600. Now it's 875 by $800 with commissions. About 800 bucks with commissions. Okay. I don't think commissions are that much, but hey, roughly. Roughly. I mean, if you're slinging around $800, one mini contract, if you're slinging around two, that's like a 15, 16, $1,600 day. I mean, on the ES, and so many people trade the NQ, a little squirrely freak hyped up on Red Bull, and you go trade the NQ all because you want an adrenaline rush, all because the rest of the gurus and YouTubers do that. Go right ahead. I mean, I trade the NQ every now and then, but not now. I mean, so many people trade the NQ because it moves. Well, right here, I mean, that ain't a bad day, folks. The ES will pay you. This is where I started trading futures was the ES. I started trading the ES. And then I had a bright idea. I thought I could be a oil trader, and I got my ass slaughtered. And that was with real money because prop firms, these little prop firms, were not around. The micros were not around, so I had to sling them big boys size contracts. After you lose quite a few thousand, you kind of like have to understand, like maybe I need to learn this thing. Okay, follow the money. Follow the money. I'm just saying, this is just hypothetical, folks. Don't get on my butt there, SEC, Federal Trade Commission, FTC, whatever you want. Okay, I actually worked. I did a little bit for them. Uh, when I was government contractor. Think about this. Something was up. Somebody knew something. Okay, because you got 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. You got one, two, you got 300 contracts right here selling. Okay. You got 300 contracts selling, and it was already moving down. You got 300 contracts selling. Then all of a sudden, a few minutes later, ES pukes out. I'm just saying. Okay. I'm just, you know, it's a little suspicious, is what I'm saying. We got a sell and bounce right there. That is looking sweetness right up in there, but I can't do it. Right here at the lows, right here. We right here at the lows. That's a little some sweetness right there. Where you gonna put your stop? Your stop is going. We came up here. We popped up. Your stop's gonna have to be right here. Okay, 1.5 points, and ooh, yeah, got a big seller right there. And you got right 2.5 points right there. You need to be locking in some profits and taking that. I just can't take it. You know why? Because we're right here. We're stinking right here in this balanced market area. We're right here. I can't be taking trades like that. Okay. I mean, the Delta ain't that stinking good. I just can't be doing that. And if you do it, you got to get in here, get about a point and a half. You got to move to a break even and see if you can get a puker. See if you can get a puke out. And then puke out on a couple contracts. That'd be good. Or you can just go in here. You go in here on some two minis, get yourself about 2 points, pay yourself about $100, move yourself to a break even, and try to get a puke out for about 10 points. And if it comes back up to the break even, who cares? You walked away with 100. That's just how it is. That's how it is. I just can't trade it just because, well, for one, it's 338. Second of all, you're green, you should be walking away. But sometimes it just looks a little too good. Oop, sometimes it looks a little too good. It looks a little too good to be. Come on, why can't you do this? No. All right. All right. There we go. Just think about what you're clicking. Um, well, then you got stopped out. But you pay yourself a little bit of money, you got stopped out because it wasn't a puke out. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Point controls way up there. On your contracts right there. It's hard to be trading later into the day, if you know what I mean. Let's look at the heat map right here. Ooh, they got that's an absorption, folks. That's absorption right there. The 100 contracts came right down here. You see where the heat map? You see where the heat map got lit up? You see where the heat map got lit up, and them 100 contracts, one order tried to sell. See how delta was 261, then all of a sudden we were neutral delta, a -2, we're basically neutral delta, and you come up here for about 2 points. Probably sell a little bit, move to a break even, and see if you can get yourself a runner up here for about 10. That's how, wow. Later in the day is how it's played. Later in the day is how it's played. Oh, look at that. That's some sweetness right there, folks. That's some sweetness. Got a little absorption play on that 100 contract right there on the. Oh, we closed above it. And you go run up there and get yourself about 4 points. That's a good play right there. Yeah, I think you're in all this negative delta dose, so you might want to start peeling some off if you did get that absorption play. Do, 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 do. that is an absorption play. Uh, do, 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 do. Yes, that was big boys getting absorbed right there. That was some big boys. That was 100 contracts right here that came down into the heat map right there where the bids were sitting, and they got taken. Okay, and then it was negative 261, but then we kind of climbed up above it right there, and then now we're up here about 5 points. That's a nice play, folks. Um, do, do, do. Yeah. So, yep, that's how it's played. Uh, 600 negative delta on this can of what thing is, but they are really pushing that down. $345. Ooh, boy. 350 algo gonna kick in. I wonder what it could be crazy, might not be crazy. Who knows? Who knows? Oh boy. Oh boy. We got a run up. We got a big pullback with that negative 600 delta. If all them sellers get caught right up in here during the close, it could get ugly for them. Yeah. Mm. Oh, here, let me shut that down again. Stop the recording. Try and give me some B-roll. It might happen, might not. I have to look at it tonight, though. I need to put it up in the editor and slice it up and see what we can get here. Oh, look at that. Look, look, look. Ooh, ooh, come on. Are they going to smoke them 600 deltas? 349. No, ain't nothing. Ain't nothing to see, folks. Ain't nothing to see. Nothing to see here. Move along. Yeah, see, that window moves pretty quickly, but the order entry window is just kind of laggy. I don't know what they do. Hmm. They ain't doing very much, but they're trying to keep it down, ain't they? Whoa, look at that 350 algo. Look at the 350 algo kicking in. Money being shifted around. The money being shifted around. Yep, money's being shifted around, folks. Oh, if they break this 600, that could get really ugly for them. They could get like maybe up in there. If they break that area right there, about at 600, negative delta right there on that candle. All these hundreds and fifties. Oh, man. It could get real stinking ugly. Look at it just climbing. What goes up must come down, I guess. Get a little pullback. Take a little breather. Boy, if you can get, if they get like 9 minutes to 4 o'clock, they're going to refresh right here and run it. That's the question. I'm not in this. Uh, I don't trade it. I don't trade around 350. There's no way. I just don't do it. I usually stop around power hour. I mean, you're up 800 for the day. You gotta make sure you just do it. I mean, and I was just trading one mini today. You gotta downsize. I mean, trading one mini today, $800. You gotta downsize. I mean, you can sling around 2, 3 minis, but when the market is conducive to your trading style is when you lay on the gas, okay, and that's when the $2, 3,000 days come. But when the market is not conducive to your liking, you really got to lay off the gas, okay. They just gotta lay off the gas when it's not conducive. See, look at that. At themselves right there. They got absorbed. Look at that. That pullback. Yeah. Same thing happened here. Same thing happened here. Uh, yeah. Oh, they kind of are they going for another run to refresh it? Are they going for another run? They're gonna refresh it. They refreshed it. Are they gonna run? They're gonna finally squeeze out them 600s. There was negative 600 delta right there. Bam. We got negative 500 right here. Man, they are really. Come on, look at it. You got that big candle, green candle right here. You got 50 positive delta. That ain't nothing. Negative 600 right here on this candle. Negative 500 on this candle. You got that seller right there. They got absorbed and got popped. I mean, I don't play this. I'm just trying to qu- armchair quarterbacking right here on the last 10 minutes. That's all I'm doing. Power hour, I usually don't trade. I like trading in the mornings from. I mean, actually, early morning was pretty nice. Yeah, I got a trade off in pre-market, which is pretty decent. Um, but yeah, 8:30 to 11:30 is prime. So are they finally going to squeeze them out? We got a buy and bounce right there, and I got another buy and bounce right there. You got to think about all this negative delta you got down here, all that negative delta right there, all that negative delta right there, and towards the end of the day, they're not going to want to hold that. They got absorbed right here, and you got a nice little bounce right here for about 5 points. Okay, and it's really hard to be trading the last session power hour. It's just I'm not. I just don't do it. I've looked at my stats, and most of the money's being made in the morning. So you step on the gas in the morning, and you let off the gas in the late afternoon. That's just the way it is. Don't give back money. Don't give back money. That's all I gotta say. Don't give back the money. Don't give it back. Tomorrow's Thursday. I do not have to go anywhere in the afternoon, so hopefully I can be here and get some good trades off. 3 days a week, I gotta go do something for about a half hour, and that's only Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So with $800, one mini, because you gotta downsize. If you do it when there's no news and and the market not crazy because you get caught up in news. Man, I got caught up in news last week and I got slaughtered. I blew an eval. I got slaughtered on that one. I got like 5 funded accounts and I'm afraid to trade them because of the news. Uh, it, and they're up. So if I get slaughtered, I'm going to be pissed. So because I like taking that money and throwing it into an IRA account. Um, you got to think about the market conditions and the amount of size that you're trading. Good conducive market conditions, you can size up. When the news is going crazy like this and you don't know from 1 minute to the next if we're going to have a huge candle up or down, then you just need to size down. Even on these evaluations, you got to have capital preservation. Even on evaluations, you just can't be full port and stuff, and then you either go or blow. I mean, that's not how a professional trader does things. And if you want to actually trade for a living, actually learn, you actually want to trade for a living, you don't be sitting there full port and you go or you blow mentality. Okay. And a lot of these traders are pissed off with the consistency rules and things like that, but who cares? If you're not consistent, then how in the heck are you going to make a living out of this? You ain't, for one thing. You got to have capital preservation. You got to understand when the market conditions you're in. That's why I was only slinging around one mini today because the market is not conducive to it. To be honest, it's not conducive to me to be doing 2 or 3 minis. I mean, $800 day is good. I mean, would I like to have done a $1,600 day? Yeah, sure. Throw around 2 minis, but the market conditions are telling me no, and the news, the world news, is telling me don't do that. So 4 o'clock, I think I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down, and I'll be back at it at 9 o'clock. 9:15. 9:15. We'll be back at it again. We'll see what we're gonna do. I will talk to you later at 9:15. We'll be back at it again. Hopefully, we have another green day. We had a green day yesterday, green day today. Everything's looking good, even with all the crazy news going on. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Ooh, ooh, look at that. Got some sellers, boy. They really selling. I wonder what old Asian session's gonna happen. Oh well. I will talk to you later.